Okay. Well, without further ado, welcome to Chapter 9 of the Dread Dominion. We're not. A lot of things happened last time, but we're not going to begin at the nest. We're not going to begin with the Mexican showdown between Merlin and Richter. We're not going to begin with Arlok's tale. We're going to begin on an island to the west. The Quartz Isles, forged into a fortress by the Sudari soldiers who hold it. It's a quiet night. The Sudari soldiers are getting messages from their counterparts in the nest that their allies are under attack. They're trying to scramble some troops, see if they can get anyone over there. Maybe they can get people. They can get some help. Try to evacuate people. But the night's quiet. Just too quiet. And soon, before anyone can notice, very faint gas, almost imperceptible to the human eye, is creeping over the battlements of the Quartz Isles, filling the barracks, filling every hallway. And this imperceptible gas puts each person to sleep, falling into this deep, dreamless state. And then climbing over the walls into this huge sleeping fortress. Dream alchemy signs blazing with light. The secret police have arrived. Another piece on the board has been removed. There are only a few left. Welcome, everyone, to Chapter 9. As an explosion goes off in Citadel City, the Araxian mine underneath the city detonates with a furious explosion, the city crumbling and cracking as it falls in chunks into the ocean below. The waves devouring the huge buildings that have stood for thousands upon thousands of years, as if they have never been there in the first place. In the blink of an eye, Richter is erased, along with the last few Valkyries, who were holding out in a circle around the case, hoping to keep them for just a moment longer, the last guardians of the nest. Just give them one more moment to get out of the case. And their sacrifice, well, I suppose we'll see if their sacrifice is worth it. You are all on the Cloudbreaker that has just been barely patched up. Exhausted. You remember, from your perspective, you've just come from a dragon fight. All your wounds are fresh. You're all exhausted. Cassandra's barely running. She's in bits and pieces, barely alive. The rest of you, some of you have taken wounds, some of you are untouched. But all you're doing is you sit there helpless, watching smoke plume from the ruins of Citadel City as Cloudbreaker sweeps away. Cassandra has her hands on the deck of Cloudbreaker, and you can see the flames creeping up along the back of her hands, although she says nothing. Just looks quietly out. It's a grim place. Only a few of the Sudari who could get on the ship fast enough are with you, and they're rushing around to crew a ship that's meant for 3 times their number. Jorgensen also looks off at the burning city. What are all of you doing on Cloudbreaker as it speeds north towards Havnor?
Rom is first gonna check who made it.
You look around and you check every deck of the ship.
Yep.
Yourselves, who have survived the case, and the Sudari crew are the only people you see on the ship.
He closes his eyes in pain and then shakes it off and keeps going. I'll let someone else go before I go again.
Well, if There's nobody here but the Sidari manning the ship. I suppose sweating, nervous, and almost too afraid to ask any questions, Remus will find the nearest Sidari and ask him how long it's been since they went into the case.
General, you couldn't have been gone for more than half an hour.
And with that, wordlessly, Remus probably breaks down. Because his family definitely went to the crow's nest with him.
Captain, General, I can't speak for your family's safety, but they were not accounted among the dead either. They attacked shortly after you all entered the case, fighting as hard as they can. We held them at every gate, tried to evacuate those we could. We were repairing Cloudbreaker. They overran us quickly, and soon our only goal was to keep everyone in the case, safe. It's possible people escaped.
Not accounted for.
Yes, sir.
Nobody in that city is going to be accounted for because they're fucking vaporized.
Sir, it'd be feasible for them to leave the city in the course of the attack.
It is true, Remus. There is still hope, and you must cling to it.
Remus kind of fishes around in his pocket, pulls out the ring, looks at it, and then with his eyes probably still tearing up, he looks at Rom and tosses the ring to Rom. I don't think I should be in possession of this right now.
It's what the fuck is this ring's name?
Arlok's Heart is the name of the ring.
And he'll probably just go somewhere very quiet, probably to like the deck, and just look out on the burning city.
Cassandra. Oh, sorry, please.
So I was just going to say, I'm probably going to actually go up to Cassandra and maybe just put a hand on her shoulder and stand next to her.
She leans her head on your shoulder, which is not something you've ever seen Cassandra do.
I'd probably have like a shocked, intense stance, but then I think I lean my head on hers and just bring her into like a side hug.
So many people have just died there for that ring.
Yeah.
Richter, the person who kept me alive all those years, who got my crippled body a new way of being. Charlie, who forged that body. Val is... Val's gone. There were things I had to say to her that I didn't think I'd ever get to say to anyone else. And she's gone now.
We don't know who's gone and who's not.
That's true.
But whether or not they're gone, it does not change our mission, and we will avenge them.
As much as we can, we will make their deaths count. And as much as we can, we'll make that thing feel our pain. Our last piece is Havnor and our Sudari allies to the west. We must act quickly. Is there anything anyone else... Oh, sorry, please.
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead.
Did you have something else to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say something small to Cassandra, but yeah. I was going to say something like, Cassandra, I know we exactly haven't seen eye to eye, but I think we can agree now that we are fighting on the same side, and we are fighting for the same people.
And despite our disagreements as Amaya Lushane, I have always known that. You're a good warrior, and I'm glad to have all of you by my side. I wish I had a few more of my friends by my side.
I think I smile and say, yes, my commander.
She acknowledges. You can see in her eyes she knows how much it means for you to say that. We will mourn. We will weep. And we will avenge. Is there anything anyone else would like to do on the ship before it arrives in Havnor?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I'm going to go over and talk to Cassandra with them. I'm going to say, it's truly a tragedy what has happened. Would it be possible that they're still alive in the cosmic plane?
If they did pass away, their energy would be coursing through the cosmic plane currently, being redirected and changed over. However, it is not possible to resurrect people from the cosmic plane, not by any mage that I am aware of.
Truly, then, a time of mourning.
I will require your help when we return to Havnor, McGuire.
Yes, of course. Anything.
Thank you. Is there anything else anyone would like? Jack, you want to do something?
Ron will spend a little bit of time looking out back at the city or the crater, and then he will look at Arlok's heart and study it.
It is a small ring. You recall it is the white rose, the symbol of Martin Dumont. And you can sense it has some magical energy to it, but you have no idea what effect it might carry with it.
I did not think I would be able to do. I was like, this is beyond my expertise.
May I see it, Jack? Or Rom?
Of course, and I'll hand it over.
Would it be feasible for me to make a knowing check, or is it just hopeless?
You could make it. You could make a knowing check, I would say. You have a chance to figure this one out. Give me a knowing check.
I'm being out-knowing.
You're not used to this.
I never knew this day could come.
23.
Okay.
Nice.
This ring, it is a very, very powerful artifact. It seems more of a... It's hard for you to explain. You've never dealt with something this powerful, so you don't know what it does. But you get the feeling this is almost more of a magical key than it is a weapon. Not in that it unlocks some box to another magical weapon. It's almost a magical passport. It's some sort of...
It's like a conduit?
Perhaps. You get the sense this is, instead of being forged, this is a weapon or a shield or a prison for someone. This is a general magical artifact, which are sometimes the most powerful. This is a very pure magical energy distilled into this ring. There is some very subtle workings to it that you don't quite understand, but it is not, you're very clear, it is not just some great weapon to summon some energy beam and cut through somebody, or to summon some horrible monster to defeat people. It's a subtle item.
Okay.
That is as far as you can tell.
I'm going to share that with Rome.
Well, I mean, there's no way to know for certain what it will truly do if put on by someone. But perhaps a direct weapon is not what we need. Perhaps this just allows energy from the cosmic plane to be channeled more directly into the body.
Almost
Perhaps,
like a key from the cosmic plane to the real world.
Perhaps. Or, maybe as you discussed earlier, maybe it will allow old souls to return for a short time.
It was found in a place where it was based on grief, and the only way to retrieve it was to return the lost.
Yes.
Much potential. We shall have to experiment to Havnor.
Well, magical artifacts and experimentation don't always go well together. But
Yes, I agree.
as you can see by our current predicament, and he just gestures at the continent.
Perhaps outside of Havnor, then.
Yeah, 20 miles distance. And
Is there
Also,
a safe
well-
distance for testing that? I don't think so.
Rome, I do have another question. You've encountered Merlin before, yes?
Hard to say.
Well-
I believe it's been at least mentioned. My pieces of my memory are missing, removed by my creator. But I have, at least from what I've through conjecture, I was there when his first prison was split per se into the two objects that it was, and I have seen him before.
Well, from that experience, would you be able to speak on if he could be harmed by such a thing like an explosion, a purely physical event?
Well, Nathan, how much does Rom know about how Merlin works versus how much
So-
I know?
you would actually get more information from this out of Cassandra.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Can she hear us talking?
yeah, I assume this was kind of on the deck. You were just chatting to each other.
Yeah.
When I fought Merlin, there were several things that I became aware of. He is not invincible. His main version of fighting is projecting illusions of himself in certain places. However, those illusions can still affect the physical world. He can stab you through the heart while being impossible to hurt. There is a key, though. His physical body. He has to have a physical form somewhere. It could be invisible, it could be on the opposite end of the continent under 30 tons of rock, but it does have to exist. And that can be harmed.
So I think it's safe to say that that physical form is no longer. But I assume that he likely
No.
has another one.
I would say that the chances of that physical form still being there are still high.
There is
He
something
was
else.
wielding the sword.
I see.
There is something else. Richter and I spent long hours researching demonic entities, what little data there could be found. Richter is already a connoisseur. It's a bitter thing to say was, but... Anyways, these demonic creatures are of great power, and the old kings who originally imprisoned Merlin did not fight him. They trapped him in magical artifacts, splitting his magic into different ways. There is a possibility of that, although we do not have the means to create those spells. Those are old magics long forgotten. There is
Yes.
another opportunity that Richter spoke of only in passing. He promised he would leave... Well, he promised he would leave a book on it if he ever did not get the chance to make it, and it lies in Havnor.
Would that contain the plans he spoke of with the cosmic plane?
I believe so. He was very hesitant to speak of them with me, which means they must carry a very heavy magical strength to them. Even the words must have some dark weight to them.
Hmm.
Which
Well,
is disturbing
could
to say the least.
we could try using this ring to find it. Or perhaps I can just attempt to channel and make it a little easier. Although I'm not sure why he would hide such plans from people he can trust.
This is Jorgensen speaks up. It is not that he hid the plans. There are some deeds that are so dark and dangerous that even speaking of them in the common earthly tongues of men brings heavy weights upon their speakers. He had a plan such as this. A heavy thing to be carried, a stone in the heart. I do not envy such men.
Yes, that would surely explain his behavior. Well, hopefully the words are not as potent as written, at least, as they are spoken, and we can understand his plan without succumbing to some sort of madness or worse than that.
Yes, I agree.
As you are talking, the continent speeds by below Cloudbreaker, and it's easy to forget the bitter rebellion and the demons and the monsters and the fighting going on. But how beautiful this place is. The people were drawn to live here for all of time because of its great beauty, the rolling green hills, the beautiful ancient cities. This beautiful place has been wrought with war. It's so hard to remember why people were fighting for it. But thousands of feet above the earth, you can actually start to remember just a little bit what you were fighting for this whole time. Havnor will be when we decide our next step. Van Graden awaits there along with our army, small though it may be. And what we have is what we have. These are our tools. We will need to strike quick. Merlin will wish to end this soon. He knows this. We are on our last legs.
Yes, and he likely knows that we have something that might harm.
He certainly knows if he was working so hard to get to the nest.
Well, let us make haste then.
The Cloudbreaker is shaking with the energy the engines are putting into it as it just explodes through the clouds, and finally Havnor is in view. Again, a beautiful city, gleaming lights from every room, and just it's an ancient place where the first kings lived, and it's lovely. The Lamont River flowing straight through it, and it is a beautiful place, and it does give you all good feelings, although your heart aches when you remember many of those people who made those good feelings are not with you anymore. Cloudbreaker takes a hard turn and comes into a landing at the dock that has been chosen for it. Militia men, mostly from the continent, as a lot of the Sudari were on the ship or they're at the Quartz Isle, rush to dock the ropes and see all the wounds and the burn marks on the Cloudbreaker. Remember, they might not even have heard of the Beholder attacking you a few weeks earlier. So this is all news to them. You see a huge figure striding through the silver hair down to his shoulders and blue flames on the back of his hands. Tor Flame Runner, the famous pyromancer mercenary who has fixed his lot with the rebellion, moves up. What happened?
The nest. It's gone.
He grits his teeth and bows his head. You can see him doing the pyromantic breathing to keep calm. How many? 300 300 Valkyries.
Richter.
All others. Richter. The city. They're all gone, Flame Runner.
There's perhaps some that made it out.
Flame Runner looks quiet and puts his hand on Cassandra's shoulder. We will burn them, Lady Cassandra. Those deaths were not for nothing. Come, all of you to the medic's quarters if you require your wounds tended. We will meet in a few hours with Van Graden for the War Council.
Yes.
Probably shorter than that would be better. 30 minutes. Get your wounds tended as well as you can, and then meet in the war room. I wish you all the best. And he strides off through the crowd, people making way. The city is now going on high alert as guards start to move to their positions. If the nest was just attacked, who knows who could strike Havnor next. And the walls are filled with soldiers, alchemists, and pyromancers. The ballistae are manned, the gates are shut and locked, the bells ring in the city, and torches are lit at every street corner. Havnor is ready for war. What are all of you doing before the War Council?
I'm gonna try to get in contact with the cartel and see if there's any progress. I need all the knowing I'm gonna get before the final showdown.
Okay. You meet with one of the cartel members. You're looking around and someone spots the very look someone has for looking for someone in the cartel. They salute you and more of a mocking salute. Pull out their medallion and put it under their shirt. What can I help you with?
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, I've gone in debt for Dauntless Downwards, and I think I need it now more than ever.
Don't worry, you'll have it soon. He nods at you and continues to sweep the street, which is what he was doing before. Brink, what would you need to do before the War Council? If Ramus is fit for the War Council right now.
He's probably been silent the entire time. Probably last one off the ship, to be honest, if he even gets off the ship. Yeah, I'll have him be on the deck the entire time looking off. Maybe at one point he pulls out the sword and does some meditation thing, but he's definitely nothing's behind it, no emotion. So
Release your earthly tether. Empty, become wind.
You do hear someone. Wait, sorry. Give me one. No, I think people give you your space. I think they understand what you're going through and just give you some time. Jack, what is Rom up to?
Oh fuck, man, I don't know. He probably just goes to the war room early.
Okay.
And sits holding Arlok's heart. I assume he got it back from unless
No, Ramus gave it to you.
well, yeah, Ramus gave it to me, but I showed it to Menkar, and I assume he had it. So unless he gave it back to me, I don't.
Yeah, I gave it back to you.
Okay. Then Rome is immediately going I have the most important item any of us have right now. I'm going to keep this in the safest place ever. And so he goes to the war room because no one's allowed to fight there.
It's a full 10 minutes of sitting in the war room before you realize Van Groden was there the entire time. Just
okay
sitting there in the corner. And may I see the artifact?
Of course. And I'll walk. Show it.
It is a beautiful thing.
It is with a sad history from what I can guess from its name.
Real quick before we continue with that, Jordan, what are you up to?
I think before getting my wounds tended to, I think I'm just going to a very secluded spot and calling the shadow.
Okay. Yeah, you call the shadow, and it's not long before he comes down and sits down next to you. I'm glad you're alive. But you're right, this is it. Your metal's about to be tested, and I wish you the best. It won't be pleasant.
Yeah. There's one thing that never... I don't know. If I die in the next few days, and I think I pull out the Shadow's journal, am I going to be added to this book?
Whether this is consolation or cruelty, you already have. I've lived my lives through many people, so much so that I have become my own life. You are my latest incarnation. I try to look after myself as much as I can. Self-care and all that. But you've told the good story. Whether you die in this battle or you win or you lose, you fought nobly. You've strived for good things. and it will be an honor to fight by your side.
I think I just kind of smile at that, and then kind of similar to what Cassandra did to me, I put my head on his shoulder and just rest there for a few minutes.
As you rest there, you get this very odd feeling of resting your head on your own shoulder. And just as the shadow gently stands up to leave and looks back at you, you realize how old this being must be. How many of his own lives he's watched in this weird dual state, in this weird watching yourself live. So much so that he's become his own creature, watching his lives, watching his incarnations. And just this age, this huge painting that you are but a piece of. There's a humblingness. There's something humbling about it.
And then as he's leaving, I try to throw something at him just because I have
to. You have this long look, and then you just chuck something at him. And he dodges the other way and throws something back at you. Back to
Maya
for a second.
Maya at 102 years old sees him for the last time. I throw a book at him.
Van Groden is holding the ring. So many lives lost for such a small item.
Yes.
I think it was worth it.
I hope so, but... And he just kind of looks thoughtfully at the ring. The life that was lived to give birth to this ring, I certainly don't think that life was worth it. But hopefully the lives given to retrieve it will be worth it.
Yeah, Van Groden seems mesmerized by the ring. Ramus, as you're practicing your sword play, you hear a whole set of footsteps. Someone saying in a
Not a half step,
accent.
but a whole step.
Sorry, people in a Sudari accent saying he's this way. And they break off as one set of footsteps walks up the gangplank.
Well, he'll probably hear this, and once he hears whoever comes in, he'll probably settle his back to him. The general will be there, but...
Well, from one general to another, I think we can dispense with all these terms, says Van Groden talking with you. How are you doing?
Well, probably not in the exact right mindset for a war meeting. Just waiting for refugees that might never come.
I'm so sorry for your loss. I was just about to head to the War Council room when I heard of your predicament. I know we are not friends or mere colleagues, but I know what war can take from someone. I too have lost a wife and a daughter to these wars. And I am sorry for your loss, General.
This war has taken a lot from everybody. And by doing nothing, I commit the greatest sin of all.
We need you, General.
Of course. Give me a few more minutes, and I'll be at the war meeting when I can.
Van Groden begins to walk towards the War Council room. However, in the War Council room, Ralm speaks with Van Groden. So many lives lost for this ring.
Oh no.
Can I insight check, please?
Over just at a request. Not even fought for.
Ralm immediately the tree grapples.
You The tree does what? The tree does what, sorry?
The tree grapples the ring.
Give me a dex check.
Which you now have 0.
Wait, it's the
It's the
tree.
tree's dex. Roll real quick.
Although it's an illusion, which we never seem to realize.
It's grappling the ring.
Oh, okay.
16.
I beat you by a significant amount.
Fuck.
The illusion of Van Grotten takes the ring, just moves it out of the way. You fall for the same tricks over and over and
I'm going to
over.
put out, it isn't always me.
Over and over and over. All I had to do was ask, and you gave it to me. Now, do you know what's going to happen? Wrong.
You will put it down.
Take it from me. If you can.
Then I will do if I can, and Rom will draw star test.
Van Groden changes into Merlin, wearing Van Groden's clothes, but at his hip is a sword. I think I've got you beat. He draws the Penrose blade.
To carry it.
Well, I have the right to do whatever I want. You don't understand. Your allies to the west are gone. The nest's gone. All you have is Havnor, and one of the greatest armies of all time is marching north to crush it. There's nothing you have left, and even the thing you sacrificed all your friends and your family for. I have that now in my hand because I asked nicely, and I put on a little disguise. So fun play acting.
Would I be able to sense that this is going on?
But where is
Give me
the
a note.
joy? Where is the difficulty for you, Merlin? This is all a game to you, isn't it?
It's a game.
All a
I'm
game.
winning.
20.
Damn. You get
Not
a
natural,
sense, you get a
but-
sense that something is wrong in the war room.
Okay, I'm sprinting there.
You just start running in the war room.
Oh, Lord!
It's a game that
Do you even know the rules of the war, Merlin? You're not allowed to fight in here.
Oh, I'm not going to
No
fight.
fighting.
This
I've
is
just
all
come
a game
here to
to
pick
you,
up
isn't
my.
it?
I've just come here to pick up my little gift, and then I'm gonna leave, all nice and quiet and friendly like. No harm between friends.
I am no friend of yours.
That's true. But I recommend you put your sword away, or you'll regret it.
What's one more on top of a lifetime as long as mine?
There are things that can be taken from anybody. Sheathe your sword, or I'll make you pay for it.
Drop the ring, or I will do what
3,
I can.
2, 1. Merlin snaps his fingers, and the trestus tree on your back lights on fire. It writhes and twists in pain as the flames eat away at the branches. This is mage's fire. No water can put it out. Only a mage only someone with these magical skill can. It's writhing and twisting and trying to grab onto different parts. I got to 0.
Ralm, under his breath and in his mind, thinks back to his time on the cosmic plane, at the doormat in the doorstep of Penrose, on his time with on the cosmic plane, with his short time with the Emperor. Be with me now, old masters, old friends. For if you aren't here now, I'll be visiting you soon. You will drop what thousands gave their lives for. Thousands, and each one worth more than yours.
You really haven't been paying attention this whole time. I do whatever the hell I want. And he puts the ring on. But as the white rose ring touches the tip of his finger, there is a crack of sound and a flash of white light. Merlin is thrown backwards against the wall, the white rose wing falling in between you.
Rome will make a grab for it.
You get it. Your hand clasps down on top of it. You are holding it in your fist. You look up at Merlin. There is a huge sear burning mark, a sign, the sign of the white rose, like burned into his chest. And he looks feral. In another blink, he's gone. It is moments after that McGuire bursts through the doors of the
Rome is still... Wait, is the tree still on fire?
Give me a strength check of the tree. How many hit points does it have?
You never gave me stats for it.
This is its survival check then. Give me a strength check.
Is it Rome strength?
No,
or
the tree
just
strength.
a D20?
D20 plus 1.
$13?
The tree does not seem to be responding.
No, Planternax.
It seems like your Trestus tree was killed by the mage's fire.
Rome will put a hand, but will leave its body there as a reminder for careless mistakes.
It's not long
Rome.
after McGuire arrives that the real Van Groden, or who you think is the real Van Groden, arrives.
Rome, what happened?
Merlin. He was here.
Merlin?
He tricked me, but thankfully he paid for it.
What happened?
He was in Van Groden's shape and asked to see the ring. And I, like an idiot, gave it to him. But thankfully, whatever the ring is, and I will show it in my hand.
It is there. It is there.
Did not let him take it.
How did he get in the war room? We must tighten security immediately.
It was an illusion of him. One of his physical illusions.
Well,
I should have known. I should have seen it. He's done this before.
That'll be quite difficult to combat, I assume. Oh my.
And
Well, I think you should retain the ring.
yeah,
Even you
it's not
can't
going-
even trust me, even though I am myself.
It's not going.
But how do you know? By the way, Nathan, is Shuri next to me?
Yeah, sure he was. Arr, arr.
Oh, good Shuri.
The rest of the team arrives. Van Groden, the Captain Victor in his wheelchair, wearing a new uniform. There is, of course, everyone but Cassandra is here, which is mainly actually just Flame Runner, Captain Victor, and Van Groden.
and us.
Roderick and Athena are still heavily wounded.
Yeah. Rome is keeping a fist around. Like, the hand is assumed to not be there for the purposes of anything else except holding the ring now.
Okay. This is grave news, that he is capable of such things. Even with the security of Havno and of the war room, there is not much we can do about this. We need to speak of our plans now. I wish Richter was here to hide our plans as he used to. Perhaps that ring has some protective capacity.
I'm not sure, but it certainly did not enjoy Merlin trying to put it on.
Well, if anything, we know that if he does manage to take it for whatever reason, however his tricks may work, thank God you don't sleep, by the way, he won't be able to use it.
Yes, he cannot use it, at least personally. He can touch it, though, which is which may be a problem.
Yes.
Jorgensen arrives quickly after. Dark things have happened in this room. The
Merlin
ring
was
defended-
here. I'm such an idiot.
We must be careful. He will do everything he can to try to trick us.
I am aware, and that is why I know I'm the one that almost gave it up to him, but seeing as we now no longer know, we can no longer, well, it's now almost impossible to tell who is who now that he's decided to play these tricks. I believe we are safe for a little while.
You all
Does
I
hear-
anyone
believe-
mind if I keep it on me, at least?
Well, we don't know who's who right now.
This is
But-
true.
I believe that we can get around this. Because the way I see it, either Merlin can read our minds and we're doomed as it is, or we could verify ourselves by asking questions to each other before trusting one another with plans.
I think that's fair. But and this is just conjecture. I'm the only one that saw it, so clearly I would need to be the one that is questioned in this.
Well,
But he was, at least the illusion of him, was wounded. This is the only time I've ever seen him feral with an injury like this. So I think we are safe for at least a little while. But you should at least question me.
well, Rome, for safety's sake, what book did I loan you not but a day ago?
Fuck, man, that's not in my notes.
He's
Okay.
Merlin.
What,
Kill him.
the book
You
that I
better read
gave
this
Rome was Sequence of the Stars. But if you're not Rome, you don't know that.
Sequence of the stars.
Oh, thank the Lord. All right, everybody, that's Rome. Don't worry. But how do you know I am me?
You hear the click of a cane against the stone floor, and Cassandra moves into the light of the war room. You haven't really seen her since the battle of the dragon, and all of this has been in darkness, flying through the night, and all this. You forgot how badly wounded she was by the dragon. Her armor is in pieces. She's hobbling on the cane, moving towards everyone. And in her right hand, she holds the cane. In her left hand, a book with a strange 6-character word scratched into the cover. However, it is not in any language you are aware of. Actually, sorry, it's 7 characters, but
Not
she's-
even my 1,000 languages that I now have?
no, not at all.
Yeah, I have a theory of what it might say, though.
Yeah, Brink knows, but that's just because he's played too long. He's basically meta cheating. Not really.
To be fair, actually, if Remus is here, he's basically gone into full, like, robot mode, where he's willing to cooperate, but don't ask for personal opinions.
Well, I'm sorry to do this, Lady Cassandra, but we must ensure total trust. What artifact?
She ignores you, moves over to Ralm's fist, and she pries it open. Cassandra's very strong and touches the ring. There is a shield of white energy that goes through the room.
Ah, yes, I suppose that could work as well.
Although I like your method, Mankar, it's a little more efficient. This will give us some protection. There are some
By the way,
ideas.
Nathan, I've been clenching my fist for the last 5 minutes, and I don't know why.
I'm scribbling notes about what just happened.
We have some options, but we also have some worrying news. We have scouts from the south telling us this. A great army of stone is marching to Havnor as we speak. But
He
instead of the
mentions-
normal soldiers of stone forged by the Emperor so long ago, Merlin has realized he has no limits to what golems he can make. This is an army of Goliaths. Huge, 100-foot-tall stone monstrosities, nearly indestructible. Araxium and pyromantic fire does nothing to them. One of our rebel units ambushed to try to see if they could do anything, could not pierce any of their armor. 60,000 of them are marching on Havnor, along with other forces of Merlin. He means to crush us. We have a little time to act. We're in the final moments now.
Yes.
How did he find that much clay?
Considering he can pull infinite energy out of the Penrose blade, I'm sure it wasn't too difficult.
I
Also,
suppose
we're
that would do
generally
it.
made out of granite. At least
Oh.
I am.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
Van Groden has a plan to share with all of us. I have my own thoughts. And finally, there is the last resort. And she taps the cover of the book on the table. Van Groden. I will go first, then Van Groden, you may speak of your plan. We do not have the knowledge to bind this thing to a powerful artifact. We would be winging it, and we don't have the chance. We don't have the chance to do something like that right now. We can't take the risk. We need to find his physical form and kill it. That's the number one way. However, we don't know where it is hidden. There are some theories, and it depends on what type of demon he is, but we don't know enough about him. If he was a demon that used to be immortal and became a demon, he can't control where his physical form is. It is in some place of personal meaning. However, if he's just a pure demonic force, it could be where he was originally born, or it could be under his control. It entirely depends.
Cassandra, you once saw, or at least were nearby his physical.
Yes. There are some demons who also cannot move their physical forms for thousands of years. It's possible that form is still there.
But that would also play against him being a personal significance, unless he was truly trapped in wherever that was. I assume under the keep.
Or you have to remember Merlin. He's a game player. He likes to win. He played a winning hand, a straight flush in those very prison hallways many years ago. It could be very significant to him.
This is true.
There is also using the ring, which we do not know what it does, but it seems to stop his energy.
It certainly does not like him. It is some kind of key. Well, to what we do not know, but I imagine some kind of change will come about, whoever puts it on.
You are interrupted by the sound, a messenger knocking on the outside door.
And
General,
and
my
there's a
lady.
wall of light around him.
General, my lady. We have refugees at the gates. Sudari from the Quartz Isles. The Sudari garrison's gone. It's wiped out. To the man. Only 100 or so survive to make their way upwards. Their fleets are gone. Their soldiers are gone. Havnor is all we have. And the messenger runs off.
Yeah, so Remus left that refugee, but he's probably booking it through the streets.
Okay.
Although, you know what? He's also afraid, probably, because there's a small part of Zach's mind that goes like, well, Merlin's up to his old tricks again.
Remus bursts out the war room door and rushes down the stone steps, moving to the front gates. Although Cassandra goes just like to overlook from the war room to like look out over the city streets to see them coming in. It's a small, battered unit of Sudari soldiers. These are garrisoned from the Quartz Isle, some of the people who were on watch, and they all tell the same story. The secret police, led by Marshal Raiden, gassed the whole island to be asleep, and then used their dream alchemy to kill everyone, wiping out the Sudari garrison pretty effectively. It wasn't as fully manned as it could have been, but there were very few survivors besides this one squadron that managed to escape on a wounded Zeppelin, which crash landed, and then they made their way to Havnor. most of them are wounded and report to the medic's office. These are all refugees from the Quartz Isles, and your wife and child are not among them, nor are any of your companions.
Well, in that case, they're probably gonna have to wait to enter Hafnor. Yeah, they're gonna probably back to mechanical Remus. They're getting the screening.
Shut the gates.
The Sudari captain sees your rank, and you're probably the most highest ranked Sudari in the entire military force. You get a salute. General, of course. We are under your command.
We'll send medics out, but that's the best we can do for the moment until we can have proper identification.
We understand, sir. And the Sudar, very civil-minded. It's hard to break their morale, although they seem all pretty exhausted. But honestly, everyone's spirits go up at seeing someone who's high-ranked. It's nice to see some Sudari high-ranked person who's still there. There's been no report of the Elxa, and no report of any reinforcements from the 3 Sudari continents. So it seems like the probably 100 refugees and the 100 Sudari in Havnor, 200 in total, all of your forces on the continent. That's it.
They're all just like, thank God I'm not in charge.
Well, little did Josh know this was Remus's entire plot to become the Elsa. And I don't even know what that weapon thing was.
He's going to become a war hero. That's your plan.
Yeah, so Remus will head to the medical unit or the equivalent, start heading people out, but make it quite clear that they can't come in until there's a proper screening, or the best that they can do.
They do want you back at the War Council as soon as you're available. You can give your notes to one of your Sudari.
Yeah, Remus was still back there acting like he didn't run out in a panic.
Okay. I believe... Well, Van Groden, speak of your ideas before I continue. Defense is not an option. We have a small army, well, a rather large army in any other circumstance, thousands of militia under our banner. However, against such cosmic forces, they are not enough. I believe our best option, as crazy as it sounds, is a strike against Merlin. We cannot survive a full attack from his forces. If both of his Dread Lords and his Goliath army and the secret police all attack Havnor, we have no more allies left. Our blood is spent. Our people die in the streets for nothing.
Yes.
We need to ignore the army for now and move. I've been working on a couple operations. First of all, you have the Gunslinger initiative has been very successful. I've created a small section of very adept marksmen led by Captain Victor here. He will provide a very good fire team to support you. I believe I've also been working on quite the interesting operation. He pulls up a map and all these piles and then a book that is like a huge notebook covered in scribbles and orders and notes. And it's all about moving materials. It's all about smuggling materials. He points to a line drawn from Havnor south to a small fishing hamlet by the name of Iwitz. That's not it. That's the wrong name. What's it called? Roal. That's it. It's I'll spell it for you guys. Roahl. A very small hamlet. We have been producing now the Inner Sea, and I recommend everyone have a map of the continent up if you can. Just because it'll make his plan make a lot more sense if you can see it. Let me pull it up. Does anyone not have access to a map? Okay.
Give me 1 sec. I'm looking for it.
The big map of the continent. Yeah, I have a copy here, and I will post it in the general chat. Bam. There we go.
Oh, that's a city.
Perfect.
Okay.
Roal is southwest of the Northern Academy. It's basically direct south of Havnor. The Inner Sea is crowded with warships. It's very heavily patrolled. Merlin does not want anyone getting to the city. However, there are not many ships underneath the ocean. He pulls up a diagram of the submarine. I've been smuggling materials to the Roal hamlet for many months, and a fully completed submarine awaits us there at the docks. As far as I am aware, completely hidden to Merlin's eyes. I propose this. We take the submarine and sail to Greykeep's coast, which is protected under his magical field to see if he's still alive. He could be invaluable in the final battle. Once we've secured whatever allies from Greykeep we can, we sail to the island. Use the ring, our firepower, and our skills that we've prepared, and try to assassinate the Emperor. This is our one shot. It is the best plan I can come up with. There is no retreat. All of our resources have been exhausted. Not even all our best warriors are here. This is what we have.
And it will have to do.
Well,
I
we
agree
don't have the
wholeheartedly
luxury to make
with
another one.
Guardian's complaint.
Cassandra taps the book. There is one more option. I have read Richter's words, and I will read them to you now. She opens the old book, and as she does, Rom, you can see syllables of old speech tracing through the air as she does. Protective charms. Apparently Richter knew a little bit more than he let on.
Oh, you could have. I was like, Chad's wasted.
And Cassandra reads Richter's final note. In the event of my passing from this mortal coil, I write down my final plan to defeat Merlin. It is not a plan I am proud of. In fact, it chills my blood to write these words, almost as much as it does to say them. Demons are primarily magical creatures, connected to the cosmic plane. That is the source of pure magic. However, if one were to take a powerful artifact and travel to the cosmic plane, if they were educated in the ways of dark arts and alternative magic, or if they knew some tongues of the old speech, or if they had met one of the ancient echoing figures who travel from world to world, they could sever Asa from the cosmic plane. Such an action is not done lightly, as all life comes from magic, and thus from the cosmic plane. This would turn Asa into a desert, inhabited by only a few beings who have survived the 1 in 1 million chance of being disconnected from the cosmic plane. A handful of humans and animals, some plants. But even the seas would be barren. This is a dark option, a horrid choice. There is something bitter and cruel about destroying a world so that another may not have it. But I write it knowing that all of you will make the right decision. I've given my life for this rebellion. And I go gladly into another world. Signed, Richter. And Cassandra shuts the book. Jorgensen, we are not given very many good choices.
No.
But that one is not a choice at all.
It would be a horrid thing to do.
It would.
But,
But would it be worse than Merlin having his way?
Even if we fail, more will come. Maybe it'll take 100 years, maybe 1,000, maybe 1,000,000. But it will come.
But as a demon, what if his reign knows no end, and we're the only hope, the only people with access to such powerful artifacts and knowledge that will inevitably be destroyed if we do not exploit it right now?
There are worse things, stronger things, demons. Sure, they're up there. And I'm sure he's up there in terms of the...
Jorgensen nods at that. There
But
are
there
creatures that would make Merlin seem like but a pup in a world of wolves. However, that does not mean he is not dangerous.
It does not.
I pat Shuri on the head.
Arrgh.
Well, would those creatures even care to rule on a mortal coil such as ours?
Yes, they would.
Depends on the creature. Or whether they're even interested.
Nathan, I want to get some facts about metagaming out of the way, because technically, Remus comes from such creatures wanting to colonize them.
You can explain the Sudari legends. However, you have no confirmation of them.
Fair. As many of you may know, the Sudari are mere strangers to this land, despite having a civilization older than most, even on this planet. We are nothing but refugees on the run. If legends are true, we had an empire so vast it spanned multiple stars. It rode cosmic waves through the universe. We had the most powerful army, an unbeatable fleet, a fleet that was hidden from view, that nobody could attack, that no mortal, that nobody in this known physical plane could stand up against. And in an instant, it was snuffed out, attacked by mere parasites that could wipe out entire species. And that brought it to signal. It alerted an ancient force of nature. And it's not something that can be beaten. It's not something that can be tamed. It's not something that can be risen against. Merlin, for all his power, stays on this plane and has no connection to any other that we know of. If you sent out a magical signal such as that, the destruction of a source, you are inviting a whole new problem. But those are mere myths. And Merlin is a fact. So take with that information what you will.
This is true. However, and I am not expert in any way on this fact, but I do know some creatures. But the universe is not the more powerful power you gain in the universe does not automatically make you evil. I am sure there are some of those cosmic entities that take pity on us puny mortals. So perhaps something else would come, but that is neither here or there. The only question remains is, for Richter's original plan, it is not something I say lightly, something I would love not to say at all. Is the price of this world worse than us leaving it in Merlin's hands for all the suffering that he would cause to its people. Being cut off from the cosmic plane is not gentle. It is painful. But it will be quicker than him to those that die. Personally, I don't think it's worth it. But I figure it must be brought up.
It's not a question about whether those who die. It's a question about if we do Richter's plan, we snuff out the option to rebuild. Nothing would be left but a desert. Nobody would have any connection to any form of magic. This planet would not have the resources to obtain the cultures it has built. And with Merlin still alive, people will still have the option to fight back, and despite him being immortal and a demon, no ruler lasts forever.
Well, I would argue, playing the devil's advocate here, however, I will argue the exact opposite. That perhaps maybe that's exactly what the world needs right now. Anybody worthy of inhabiting this planet, whether from Merlin or from some extraterrestrial catastrophe or even the severing of magic, anybody who would not fight against Merlin does not deserve to inhabit this Earth, or this Asa. Now, we surely have the resources to at least attempt Richter's original plan. I, with my all-being, lacking but present understanding of alternative magic, Rome, with his understanding of the ancient ways and his ability to invoke them in order to bring change, Remus and Amaya, with your noble and very moral-driven ways, and of course, Barbara the Goblin, with a pinch of chaos, just to keep the peace amongst the order. We do not want to create something authoritarian. I would argue that perhaps with us guiding this new world, even if only 1 in a million survive, it would be better than being tyrannized for all of the lives of these innocent souls that inhabit Asa as we know it today.
Part of your statement is wrong. That if we cut off Asa from the cosmic plane, there is little chance that I would remain.
There'd be little chance that most in this room would remain.
Little chance in any, but zero for me.
And Cassandra. She is bit through a magical object.
Cassandra puts her hand on the table. Your advice is noted. This is a bold stroke from Richter, who his entire purpose was to create such grand, incredible plans. But I have fought all my life to free people. Not nobly, but honestly. I would rather my legacy be forgotten than to remove all chance of any other person rising up. While I am the leader of this company, no one will be severing the cosmic connection. We live or die by our actions, but we will not condemn others to fates they have not deserved. Gentlemen,
Would it be
ladies, we are preparing to fight a demon. We are leaving before the morning strikes, for I know Merlin's army arrives in but a few days. We have little time.
Then let us discuss the alternate strategy. The first strategy.
His physical form. I believe. I think it still resides in the castle. Rome, what do you remember about Merlin?
In the old days? Just now.
In the old days. You met him when you traveled with the Emperor.
Did I?
You were at a point where the Emperor met and spoke with Merlin when Merlin was trapped. But you do not remember very much of it.
In the old days, I was there when Ladrian the first met the demon. And his conversation with him while he was trapped. I vaguely remember the severing, the splitting of his prison, of the gem and the staff. But like many things that have been taken from me years, I remember little else.
I think the key lies in this tale. For, as you told me, he spoke to him for days, not seeing with him. He didn't just go see him and then split him. He spoke with him. If Merlin was a demon of just some cosmic force rushing through the universe, why speak with him? Why analyze if he was a threat, and then confirming that he was a threat, putting him in two separate places? I think Merlin used to be a mortal of some sort. And I think he has emotions. And
I would agree.
And this is a gamble, but we don't have time for much else.
Lady Cassandra, are you proposing that Merlin, the cause of all this pain and suffering, can be reasoned with?
No. I'm saying since he was human, his emotions will still have some control. I'm saying that means he might not have control over where his physical form lies. And if I'm right, and if I know him well enough, he's all about winning and losing. Where was his greatest victory? Overcoming us at the castle years ago. When we fought on those stairs in the hanging dungeons beneath the castle. When I lost some of my dearest friends to him. That is where his physical form lies. It is a gamble.
Well,
But
we don't have the luxury of thinking through other plans.
I agree. It's much safer than, well, the other option.
Or the third, confronting the oncoming horde.
That's not an option.
Indeed, 60,000 granite
Goliath.
Goliaths are a insurmountable odd, to put it lightly.
Yeah, if only I had a moon. Take care of that problem.
Nathan,
Yes.
I'm curious, would my shadow journal have any mention of Merlin in it?
Unfortunately, it flicks to pretty much a random page each time. But you've never read anything about him. Or at least as far as you're concerned, it flips to a random page each time.
Well then,
Yes,
I believe we have a boat. I say questionably looking at Mangrotto.
A submersible, one of my greater achievements. I will apply you with every note I can. I will be staying to command the defense at Havnor.
Hopefully, it will not be necessary.
By the time you arrive at the Roal, the army will have arrived here. My goal is to hold their forces long enough. We must have his forces drawn out of his keep. He will still have defenses, but I want all of his greatest soldiers come to destroy us. If it is
And I
any...
hope
He is not doing this lightly. This is a trade, as if you were playing chess and you were trading queens. He is trading his army for Havnor. He knows he's drawing you in. I'd be shocked if he didn't. He wants to face all of you.
one last time.
Why would he make the move of moving his forces north? Havnor cannot do anything with more time. He's put us into a position where our only move is to strike. Any good strategist would know this, and he does. He knows he will face you. He doesn't know how you'll get there, and he's not aware of any of my more secretive crafts. But he knows somehow you will come face him. Do not think you will take him by surprise, because you will not. I will give you as many days as I can. The blood of Havnor will not be spent fruitlessly. That I can promise you. Here is the team. Flame Runner, the famous pyromancer, Brother Bates and Percy Van Eskelong, the black and the white. Lady Cassandra, even in your wounded state, I am sure you can provide quite the source of strength. Cassandra grins and white flames run up the back of her arms. You'd be surprised. Of course, I will also command my gunslinger unit commanded by Captain Victor, and I would request, Master Jorgensen, that you travel along as well. I would be honored. That is what you have.
And hopefully Greykeep will still be around to lend us his hand.
Hopefully. There is a runner. You were interrupted by another knock at the door, one of the runners, who were not allowed to come in, but they kind of just shout commands through the door. My lords, my ladies, we have writing from the west. May we enter?
West.
It's a Sudari accented voice.
You may come in. Report what you have found.
It is one of your commanders. And there are actually several Sudari here, among them Commander Lathari, I think, and a couple other commanders and some captains. They all come in and look at you, Ramus, and as one they kneel. Elxa de Lance, we are at your service.
Well, hold the ceremony until I get back.
What do you command for your 300?
Well, is there a cliff with only one passageway?
That's got to be a reenactment somewhere. Sudari have movies, right?
Yes, they might actually, but
On another.
In a time long ago.
Commander Lathani looks
You
up
are-
at you. We can make them
you are to
pay
stay
for
with Van
taking.
Groden.
Yes, sir. We'll make them pay for every inch of Havnor they try to crawl onto. And she moves everyone out, and you can see the Sudaris getting ready with whatever they can. Well, I wish you all the best of luck. Your Cloudbreaker will depart in but a few minutes. Whatever preparation you can muster will be well worth it. You see, there is another knock at the door. However, this time the guards open it for the person, which is 100% not allowed. That is 100% not allowed. Specific
grips the
commands.
ring.
It is a very short individual, a dwarf, who is wearing quite nice clothes, looks very bureaucratic, and wearing some kind of spectacles that he's got perched on his nose. As he steps into the room,
I push up my
flashes-
glasses as well and acknowledge his style.
He nods and smiles at you. He holds up the cartel signet ring.
Ah, hello, brother.
He just looks at you and kind of keeps going. I do not know how many of you have met me previously, but I am the secretary of the cartel. One of the more ranking members of our organization. We would like to offer you some information.
We will gladly accept anything you give us.
Your opponent has made a mistake in slighting us, and we are paying him back in kind. You're seeking his physical form, is that correct?
Yes.
Very wise.
It lies upon the Emperor's Island.
Real quick, is the magical field still up?
Yes.
Okay.
It can't stop people from turning into Merlin. But let me put it this way. Not even Merlin is going to fake one of those rings.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Yeah. It can stop. Basically, the ring shield stops Merlin from like fucking cheating and being invisible, and there's like hiding in a corner, like I got everything they said, like. But he can still appear as people. Basically, he just can't like cheat and invisible and be in a corner. So.
Okay, I was about to go full Sphinx on this dude.
But I guarantee. Merlin would never be and no one in their right mind would ever pretend to be a cartel member.
So guys, our first plan should have been we need to trick the cartel into thinking Merlin either was doing the ring or trick Merlin into pretending to use the ring. And then just stayed out of the way.
Yeah. Just when he's like, can I have the ring? You're like, oh, I will only give it to a person with another special ring.
Oh.
And then he just gets murked.
The secretary looks around and nods. As he's turning around, Captain Victor kind of calls out to him. On whose side are you on? Cartel never lose. And the secretary walks out the door.
McGuire smiles for a moment, only to realize that he is not technically part of the cartel and still owes them a debt.
You notice that as the secretary passed by you, he left a small package in front of you, Cameron. It's
I
Christmas!
open it like a child at Christmas again.
Guys, he's St. Patrick.
You're
Mom, you
so
keep talking
lucky.
about this guy.
If I was meaner, I would have had him not flash the cartel signet and just not even say it was from the cartel, just be like, I have information. Although you wouldn't have believed him. And that could have been a bomb. That would have been a good one. But I'm not that cruel. It is the book you have been searching for.
Oh my. I'm going to immediately tear it open and begin to read.
Okay. Well, I see we will not get any more out of Mr. Mankoff this evening. Everyone prepare to leave. The Cloudbreaker departs in half an hour.
Yes.
Who was speaking?
Van Groden there.
Van Grun, and he's staying behind to fight.
Yep, he's going to hold Havnor.
I silently just toss him Governor Walter's amulet.
He catches it deftly.
City's yours.
I will wear it with honor, Madame Luchaine. And he clips it on. Everyone, prepare what you can. If you need any materials, it would be the time to get them. This is going to be bloody and brutal. But we still need to win. And Cassandra limps off, presumably to get ready.
Lady Cassandra.
Yes, Manka.
If you will. What seemed to work against Merlin the last time you had the fateful encounter with him?
Very little. We attacked him with everything he had. The only thing that harmed him was one of my dear friends, a young pyromancer by the name of Locke. Turned himself into pure cosmic energy and attacked Merlin. I never met a mage or pyromancer of the strength to do something like that.
Oh my.
Merlin still carries the scars of such an event, although he tries to hide them.
Well, hopefully he gains a couple more.
She grins kind of fiercely at that. I think he will.
In the end,
Brother,
we
you
gain-
see Flame Runner runs off to go pack on his pyromantic robes with the heavy plates of armor, allowing him some movement. He sits and meditates. Brother Bates, the monk in white, strings his bow and also goes to meditate. Percy Van Ascalon silently does kata in the yard. Cassandra is in her room, kind of lost in her thoughts. Van Gron is organizing the whole city, getting ready. Van Gron and Commander Lothari. Right. Okay, there we go. Captain Victor, and he has a squadron of 9 other gunslingers who you will hear about more. Jorgensen goes off to prepare. How are the rest of you guys preparing?
Probably go to sleep. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to continue to read Dauntless, or was it called Dauntless?
Downwards Dauntless, I believe.
Downwards Dauntless, yes. I had to go
Actually,
get my
Dauntless
notes.
Downwards, but it's not. It's not that big a deal.
Ah, yes, you cannot read. No knowledge.
No knowledge for you. Yeah, you
Yeah.
get how much knowledge did I say you get for that? How many knowing?
Well, I can't remember specifically, but I think it was 2 for the Stars book.
Okay, it should be 2 again, and then you can do an intelligence check to see what is written.
Okay.
I'm actually, I'm gonna go pee. All of you are gonna come up with whatever you'd like to do. You'll have more downtime before this is all over because we are 100% finishing tonight.
Okay.
But
Oh, fuck, man.
but this is the last time you'll have access to all the resources of the rebellion.
Very well.
So everyone, think of whatever you need. I'll be right back in a few minutes. And this would also
Drain
be
to a raisin.
So I'll be right back.
Yes, drain to a raisin. Fuck, man. Dude, there's only a few ways I can see this going down.
Well, we're gonna go up to Mill, pull out our sausage, and be like, "Oh,
Although with Remus now being Elxa, I don't know. Man, I hope Gray keeps alive.
The sad thing is, all my plans are based around who my successor will be.
Sorry, you were breaking up a little bit, Brink.
Yeah, sorry, I'm moving. How about now?
A little bit better.
Okay. All Remus has planned is his successors.
Yeah.
10 minutes into the job.
Yeah, I can only see a few ways this ending for Ron. And that really depends on who's alive by the end.
Oh, dude, rip the tree, by the way.
I know! Poor Planternacks.
I mean,
Also, that totally removes my remastered tree bow. I now just have a turret that no one can use.
there goes my predator cannon.
I know. It was so sad. I actually need to remove that as an aspect.
Yeah, I actually have to go pee, but I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, Jack, I have a perfect plan.
What?
So, put the white rose ring on a branch of the tree, reviving it, and then the tree is going to punch Merlin in the face, instantly killing him.
Yeah.
That's my favorite
I
plan
do
so
like
far.
this plan.
It is a
but
very good plan.
Not sure that's how that's gonna work.
Trust me. Flawless plan. Or go into the cosmic plane like we did last time, and then take a pitcher of water, pour it on your head, and then the spirit of the plant will revive, and then the actual plant in real life will come back alive and start spitting arrows everywhere, because you'll have so many saved turns of shooting.
By the way,
God.
Nathan,
Yeah.
Rome is not removing the corpse of the tree from his shoulder
I think that's honorable.
as an infinite reminder of careless mistakes.
Yeah, Nathan, that was a pretty asshole thing to do.
I'm playing Merlin to be as awful as I possibly can.
I know, and
He's trying to demoralize you, for sure.
the worst part is you gave me a hint, and Merlin has done this before.
Is it just me, or is he literally the Joker?
I mean, we keep waiting for him to not to be an asshole, and keep being an
Merlin
asshole.
is not. Merlin has been very clear with you guys. If you follow what he says, he will not kill you. And it's not like he's saying, like, kill yourself and I won't kill you. He's literally told you if you dropped your sword, you'd be okay. And unfortunately,
Yeah, I know.
this is Merlin's trap, because he knows when he says something like, drop your sword or turn back, no one's going to do it.
Yeah.
So when you think about it, if you survive, there's this feeling of, I could have stopped this.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he wants, though. It's kind of hard to be like, feign innocence by being like, well, I told him to do it, and then he didn't. When you're a demon.
But he did, and he would have followed his word. So there is a bit of that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back.
He's one of those honorable demons.
Oh, if there is such a
Honorable.
thing.
He's a demon that
I'm
doesn't have
honorable.
an
I'm just going to
ability
impersonate the
fly.
general of the fucking the
That's
only
on you
army we
guys.
have left.
That's the second time he's done that.
Oh my god, I wasn't aware of the first.
Well, you weren't here for the first one, so.
Okay.
So, anyways, but almost the people in the session were. So, okay.
Highly unfortunate.
Let's start from the Jordan. What is it that you would like to do before you leave?
Is this like
Wait,
we'll be
real
able
quick.
to talk to?
Sorry, one more thing. Annalisa,
Howdy.
do you want to join in this session? I was unclear if you wanted to observe or participate.
At this point, I feel like it's better if I just participate, or not participate, but observe.
Because I can 100% have you come in as a Deus Ex on with a huge army of goblins.
Oh my goodness. I'll be honest, I haven't been paying as close attention as I probably should, so if anything, I'd probably make things worse.
I will. Why don't you think about it and DM me when you've decided? DM me, yes, I want a Deus Ex, or no, I don't want a Deus Ex. Okay?
Okay.
Think on it.
On
Okay.
Asa after that.
For real. They'd be like, oh, we live in the sand. Yeah.
Jordan, what is it that you require? What do you need?
So we'll have time to talk to characters later. This is mainly just getting resources, right?
You have a whole sub ride ahead of you. And a
Okay.
ride down. But, like, this is your last chance where you're going to have all the resources. I mean, not that they have much, but, like, if you want equipment, you're not going to have another good chance for equipment.
Okay. Well, in terms of armor and sword, I'm pretty good. Can't really get any more of that. I wonder if Victor has a spare gun and/or more Araxium.
Yes, all of you can take 2 spheres of Araxium.
I give my 2 spears to other people in the party.
It should be noted that although, of course, Vengron's happy to give people firearms, they require a little bit more training in this world than they do in the real one. And because remember, these are primitive. Although they basically, you can have it, but this is a new weapon in the finale. You're not going to be super good with it.
Yeah.
So
So Amaya and Remus, if you guys want an extra Araxium sphere, go ahead and take it. Because while my dexterity is now neutral, it is still one of the few weapons that Rome is definitely not okay with using himself.
Yeah, you guys can have mine as well. because my dexterity is lower than Ralm's.
It's more likely to fall on it than to throw it. So.
Oh my!
You don't actually have the strength to break the glass.
Yeah, even if I could throw it, it would just like bounce along and then.
Would anyone have a blink stone at all?
No. Well, not.
Whoa, you cut out so much. You just said no 1,000 times and then you went to static.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We're not bringing blinkstones because I remember what Manny does to blinkstones, and so does.
Yeah. When you use a blinkstone, you travel very briefly into the cosmic plane, a plane where Merlin is incredibly powerful in. There were multiple times in the last combat where people used blinkstones, and Merlin just crushed them in the cosmic plane, allowing broken forms to return in the physical. We should try to fight in the physical plane as much as possible.
Yes.
He is very powerful in the cosmic.
Speaking of the cosmic plane, Lady Cassandra, you told me during the battle with Merlin that he was able to cut off several people from the cosmic plane for a short while, correct?
Yes, and I guarantee he's going to try that again, especially for those of us who have more magical capabilities.
Yes.
I doubt myself and Jorgensen will be as effective, which is why we need to stun him or do something. We need to stop him from getting that effect. But we can talk about that later. We need to get equipment now.
Okay, I guess last item request. Would it be possible to get Cassandra's blessing on my armor?
Yes, you'll want to do that before battle, though.
Okay.
She does have to hold that up.
It's not a, oh, here you go, this will last for the next 10 years.
It's a concentration thing, so.
Well, then I'm just meditating, I'm vibing, I'm healing.
Okay. Jack, are there any requests?
For equipment, no. He basically just goes to the ship, and for the first time in his life, he prays. But he doesn't, really pray to gods of any kind. He just kind of prays for those that have passed to lend him and his allies as much strength as they are capable of, and to at least give him the strength of will to do what he must to see this through.
Okay. You sense the will of the Emperor around you, your old friend, the one who had acquired the Penrose Blade in the first place and locked all those ancient evils in the Emperor's Isle. You sense him with you, in a sense. Elxa de Lance, what are you up to?
He's gonna go find Commander Lothari.
You turn the corner. She gives the Sudari salute. Yes, Elxa.
And,
how can I assist you?
In his arm, he's carrying a nicely blinkstone and a Sudari sword. Well, that's gonna take some getting used to. Usually, people refer to me by a command that I am not, but nothing quite tops X. It does.
No, Alex.
In fact, I used to joke about me becoming X, and well, unfortunately, she's not here to finally owe all that money. Well, I do have a request for you.
Yes.
Maybe the only one I'll ever give is an X. I do not know if my son is alive. I would like you to keep watch. And in the likely event that I'm to pass and go seek care, I would like you to give him these and apologize that I cannot hear his.
I will, Elxa. And I have something for you. We screened some of the refugees, and they made it away with this artifact. She opens up an ancient chest with one of the many keys on her belt and pulls out one of the Elxa's battle kama. An ancient piece of armor. So elder and old, forged with very, very powerful magics. It is for you, Elxa.
I graciously accept this. And Remus probably with like no flair just puts it up.
Make sure your mic is connected, by the way, Brink. I can hear every other word you're saying, but I'm getting what's going on.
Sorry. So yeah, he puts it on graciously. If I am to fall, and the demons to live, you're to be the next Exa. But if he is to fall as well, go speak to Amaya. Why you would make a great X. He is one for a time.
I hate to Alexa, you actually don't get to decide your successor.
That's actually shit. Did they vote? Well, my dead vote is for Amaya.
Also, Alex's have to be Sudari, but.
Well, yeah, Amaya.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Amaya. Okay.
Oh no, sorry. She's the mayor. Come on, she's got a more important role. And
I thought, what was his name? Woodridge was the mayor now?
No, Van Groden's technically the mayor now, but I'm the mayor now, bitch.
He threw a military.
Woodridge showed up with a journal. He's like, "We have all these tasks."
I know the
siege is coming. Get out of here.
I know the siege is coming soon, but we really could oil the hinges on the main gate. You know,
I believe the community centers need reverberation.
Cameron, what do you? Oh, sorry, please.
Without Remus, we just turn around, start walking off. With swords, sweat, and steeds. Sword, sweat, and steeds. Don't know why he said that, and walks off.
Yes, Alexa. Again, Brink. I don't know if you could do about your connection, but do try to make it a little better. It's just very hard to hear you. Cameron, what would you like to do before you exit Havnor?
So, I will be multitasking, pouring through
Dauntless Downward.
Dauntless Downwards, and patting Shuri on the head, of course.
Oh, she appreciates it gracefully.
And I will be speed walking as fast as possible straight towards Richter's chamber, while uttering to myself, "Richter, if you wish me to not encounter any knowledge in your chambers, please hide it well, or give me some sort of sign. I'm lost without a teacher."
You enter the chambers and the doors are open.
Ah, yes, magnificent. Is there anything of note that I would be searching?
So you enter, you come to the doors of the chambers, and the guards, there are two guards standing there, but they look, there's something off about them.
I'm gonna look at one. What's your birthday?
He says nothing. He's frozen still.
I want to snap my fingers in front of him.
He doesn't respond at all.
Okay. I'm going to clutch my fang and I try to peer into their minds.
They're both dead. Just frozen there, outside the door.
So by they're out of place, do you mean like they're just non-responsive and normally there's guards there, or what?
There's always guards around some of these doors, but they are dead. The door is open.
Okay. Can I sense anything inside?
No.
Okay. I'm going to stride in. Oh my, Richter, I hope that was a sign. A good one, at least.
The room... You've been into Richter's study once. Bookshelves heavy with ancient tomes written in languages you've never heard of. Desk cluttered always with ink pens and papers and pages and scrolls of all this sort of knowledge. Richter never stopped reading, never stopped consuming. But there isn't anything inside his study anymore. Nothing except for a thick layer of ash and the faint scent of smoke.
Mm.
The door closes behind you and locks.
Shit! Okay.
Mr. Mankar.
Oh, Lord. I believe we've met before. Not quite long enough for me to be able to recuperate fully.
We have. I'm here to give you an offer.
Oh, and what might that be?
Thing you've been seeking this whole time. What you've been studying. You don't owe a thing to these people.
Well, you might be right about that. However, the joke's on you, because I don't even know what I want.
The ancient magics. The elder gods. The writing of a man half-crazed. I'm the only person on Asa who can give it to you.
Are you speaking of the Wild Traveler? And the Book of the Dead?
And his works. They are but a pathway to things I can tell you.
Well,
I'm not asking you to betray these people. Just when you arrive at my castle, take the red door. Don't follow them and die along their side. I'm not asking you to be my servant. Be my student. And I'll point you to things you've never seen before.
well, Merlin, I do lust for knowledge. However, I also have a moral compass. If I receive this knowledge, assuming what you've told me is true already, and what you're about to tell me is true, will I be the same? Will I have the ability to care for others? Will I have the will to fight for what is right? Instead of becoming somebody like yourself. No offense, of course. Although, I suppose some is due.
Well, Mr. Mankar, knowledge always changes you. Otherwise, what worth would it be? Think on my offer. Just give him a few moments to sit. Very good. Oh yeah, I guess I'm recording this, huh? Hello, recording. This is called... I don't actually know what this is called.
For the sole sake of... Oh, hey, Nathan.
Merlin's conflicted.
Throw him in the evil tower. Bam! There he is.
Oh my!
By the way,
just
Nathan,
put
I
them
would like-
all in the evil tower. That's what we'll do. Except the evil tower automatically mutes all of you. I forgot I did that. Okay, I'll put you back. He's mad with power.
Wow.
Yeah, well done, Nathan.
Okay, so we're back.
Wait, Cameron had a good idea. I'd like to start a petition for it. Can we change the evil tower's name to Merlin's Tower?
Sure. I will do that right now. Okay.
I did it, guys. It now feels better.
Merlin's Tower.
It's certainly more appropriate.
Now we got the Pendragon Zone, which is in, means traitor, and Merlin's Tower, which means evil.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, going by the legend, you wouldn't be wrong with either of those two statements.
Is there anything else you guys need to do before you head out?
So-
I need the ability to become a god.
Huh. Well, get in line. Everyone feels that.
So, I
Yep,
don't
I
find
knew it.
anything of worth in Merlin's study.
It's all been burned to ash.
Merlin's
Or,
study.
excuse me, Richter study. That was actually me messing up. It was not Merlin's study. I just want to clarify that.
Suspicious.
Well,
Did we-
I don't suppose Fred Fortress is here.
Have we gained any hit points?
All of you can recover 2 tokens.
Poor Ron. Never once healed to full after that
No.
first session.
I don't think you've been at full the whole campaign.
I
In fact,
was
you got
at
20 things
full.
added to you.
Okay, so here's the thing. I was at full at the very start and at the end of the first episode. At the beginning of the second episode, I was hit with a ball of Araxium and took 5 damage.
No, remember that's not true. Your full is 80. You started at 60.
So you were
yes, but my
damaged.
my maximum was 60 for a while.
I just retconned it to be 80. Regardless,
Okay,
is there anything
so
else
then
you
no.
guys need?
But no, I've never been at full hit points.
Yeah. Okay. You are all ushered to the Cloudbreaker. There, Brother Bates and Percy Van Ascalon, the Black and White, Flame Runner, and Cassandra are all there, along with Captain Victor and his 9 other gunslingers, all dressed in their black leather coats and various bags of equipment on their back. It looks like they mean business. They know Van Grun's aware that your numbers are not at what they could be, and the gunslingers are designed to augment that. So, Cassandra stands kind of in front of all of you. Most of the rest of Havnor is preparing for the siege. In fact, in the distance, the scouts with their telescopes can already spot the lumbering giants moving north. Cassandra is speaking to all of you. It's in a small little square. Really not a speech to a big crowd, but to all of you. For some of us, this will be the last time we ever see Havnor. The last time we see the people we are fighting for. Look around, all of you. Look at the city that we have fought and bled for, that many have given their lives for. This city is an emblem of what we are fighting for. When we cross blades with Merlin's thugs, when we are fighting our way through the Emperor's castle, remember this place. Remember the young ones playing in the streets. Remember the young lovers sitting together under beautiful trees. Remember the students, their heads crammed into books, the poets and the painters, the soldiers and the sages. We're not fighting for victory. We're fighting for people. Keep that always in your heart. The people who have a future before them, and the people we've lost. Brothers and sisters. Today we avenge the dead. And she strides onto Cloudbreaker. The gunslingers and Jorgensen follow, as well as Percy Van Ascalon and Brother Bates. Flame Runner striding after the speech, struggling to keep his blue flames down. So inspired. Van Groden is there at the gangplank, watching you all go up. Master Rom, Elks of the Lens, Mr. Mankar, Madame Luchaine. I hope to see you all again shortly. I guess you're all just going to stare at me as I talk to you. That's okay. Very seldom.
And you have my spectacles. I'm going to try on the Cloudbreaker.
Not to sound cliche, but in the slight for the...
Frank, why is your mic cutting out?
Dude, I literally moved downstairs.
What's your voice connection like? Is it green?
It's green all the way through.
I wonder if your mic's just garbage. I should buy you a mic and ship it to you. Okay.
Everyone chips in $10 to buy Ring a better mic.
Yes.
I have a pretty good mic.
Amaya, you are as you're walking on, you hear someone kind of running towards the gangplank. Lushane.
I turn around. Who is it?
It's your teacher.
Oh, yes.
Mind if I come along?
Not like I could stop you if you wanted to.
I prefer permission, but I suppose I can ask for forgiveness.
I say, why not? One last fight.
One last fight. And he steps on board. With that, you all wave goodbye to Havnor as Cloudbreaker's engines spin up and the damaged cruiser takes you south. South, closer to the island, the black heart of the continent beating ever onwards. As you fly, you look below and you can see the huge Goliath forces marching slowly towards Havnor. Other creatures, dark demonic beings with leathery wings, and soldiers clad in shadows march at their side. A great host. A great host. You cannot imagine any force on the continent standing against them. But Havnor doesn't have to win. Havnor has to hold. Cloudbreaker.
Only it still had its hold.
Yeah, you guys blew that up.
Thank God it blew that up.
Yeah, well.
And now he's paying for it.
Nathan, as we're flying, can I pour over Dauntless downwards, realizing that I forgot to make an intelligence check before?
Yes, you can make an intelligence check.
Okay. $11.
You feel like there's something the book is trying to tell you, but there's too much tension, too much thrill going on right now. The adrenaline's pumping through you. You can't figure it out.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Cloudbreaker lands at Roal. It's a tiny little fishing hamlet. Ancient buildings covered in moss and lichen. Barnacles on the ends and underside of the dock. This place doesn't look like it'd have a boat big enough for 5 people. Nevertheless, a battle-hardened war submarine. But it's not long before the Captain Victor in his wheelchair makes some signals to a few of the people, and this whole village is Van Groden's with his operatives here. The submarine rises up from below, just so that it is right next to the dock. Cassandra speaks. There's no going back from here. We head first to Grey Keep, and second to the island. Are you all ready? If there are any of you wish to turn back, this is the chance.
No. This is it.
Remus just strides by. I'm almost insulted that you have.
I like you better as Elxa than General. Everyone on board, then, I suppose.
I think I turn to the shadow. I'm like, are you sure you're ready? Just mockingly.
He kind of slaps at you.
So
you never fought in the Avant Rebellion, did you?
The what rebellion?
Exactly. And he gets on board.
quick question. Can we see the shadow, or is Amaya talking?
No, you can see the shadow.
I guess
He's
she
a
is in
man
both
dressed in
cases.
black. You hear the sound of hoofbeats outside the city, like the pounding all along the dirt. All of the people in the city draw guns, and the city instantly becomes the hamlet instantly becomes like a small fort as they pull on levers and fences rise out of the ground, like angling up from beneath piles of leaves. The whole place turns into this little kind of wooden stockade. But it is 2 riders on one Sudari horse riding towards the gate.
What do they look like?
One of them is a very bedraggled, exhausted young man wearing odd bracers, and the other is a young woman who looks sick as a fucking dog. She's wearing an eye patch and is one-armed, it looks like, with a sword strapped to her back. Fuck hell, mate. It's a ride and a half. Open the goddamn gates!
Yes.
If we're gonna fight
You two.
You've accepted the invitation.
if we're going to fight a demon, you're not gonna leave me behind.
I
We
couldn't
were
realize
just
you could
about to. We were
stand.
just in luck.
We thought your chest exploded.
Athena gets off the horse. I would rather Merlin subject me to 1,000 years of torture than to ever get on one of those long-faced, disgusting, smelling... We're just glad we came, We're glad to be part of the group. Horrid demons of 4 hooves. Mate, I'm just excited. Little zip. I don't know if the demon's ready for that, but we'll find out. If I could
You guys are
eat
such a lovely couple.
They both stop. Athena turns red in either embarrassment or anger. It's hard to tell. And Roderick says, "You think?" That's what I always thought. She never agrees. Brother, Percy Van Ascalon, the blind swordsman, shows a rare smile, and Brother Bates a smile. And Brother Bates also smiles. It's good to have you with us. Any warriors we can have will be appreciated. Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Okay. You all board the submarine, Roderick and Athena with you, Captain Victor and the 9 gunslingers, the whole platoon that you've got going
I
on.
make sure to grill Athena and Roderick questions that only they would know.
Fuck, mate. I didn't even know my underpants were that colour. But yeah, red and plaid. Little hearts. I know. I'm a soft.
A man of style.
Yeah. Hey, mate. Fucking, he knows.
I totally
love you.
forgot before we put them in, but I needed to grill them.
Good job. I was listening to you all, just be like, "Oh, it's nice to have you." And I was like, "These fucking idiots." When they learn, how many illusion people do I have to send to them before they check people out? Oh, okay. This is like checking.
Little did we know this entire town was an illusion.
The whole world. Merlin actually conquered the world last time. He's just running an illusion. This entire season's been a dream.
We are all Merlin.
Yeah.
This is Merlin just being like, I wonder what would happen if.
That'd be the shittiest ending. And you stab
is
through Merlin hearts and game over. What an interesting
Merlin
VR
wakes up in a
experience.
sweat. Oh, it's just a nightmare.
Wow, I almost thought I had genocided millions of people for a second there. Wow. Whew, scary.
What a relief that didn't happen.
Yes, exactly what I thought. So, you are all inside the submarine with the clicking gears and the hisses of steam. It's quite the incredible engine. There's a small team of engineers and the marine pilot who's working it, but they're mostly out of your way, just tending to things. Captain Victor grills them all to make sure they're not illusions or anything, and they pass all their various tests. And you are left for a moment as there's huge, beautiful windows on the submarine, made of incredibly strong glass, but you can see out into the inner sea. Very few people have seen the bottom of the inner sea, and it isn't a cheery sight. Ruins of warships from a few months ago to thousands of years ago decorate the bottom. Skeletons reaching for the top of the waves. Gleaming hilts of old blades sticking out from the wreckage. It's not a pretty sight.
Rom tells the story of how at one point he annoyed Ladrian the First so much that he actually chucked Rom off a ship into the sea, and I had to walk my way back to shore.
That brings down the tension a bit. People are talking about stories. Brother Bates tells a story where while he was traveling, when he was hunting down conscripts in the south, that occasionally, that often he was mistaken as the brother of Percy Van Ascalon, the father, the son, and once the lover of the blind knight. And there was a point where they had to masquerade as lovers to get inside this like conscript base without being noticed, and it's quite the story.
Isn't Percy Van Ascalon like 15?
Yeah.
He's like
Yeah, he is.
he's like 18 or something at this point. I think it's been several years. I think it's been he's probably he's around 18.
Okay.
I'd say roughly. Don't worry too much about
So
that.
not as weird, but still definitely weird.
I mean, it's a little weird. They're very close, but not really in that way. Not in Benjamin and Martin. Hashtag Benjamin.
Well done.
I don't know if that's the way to do that one.
I thought we were sporting.
But eventually, after it takes a few hours of being in the submarine, and you are all left alone in your thoughts eventually as people stop telling stories and prepare themselves. You're sailing from the western edge of the inner sea to the eastern end to Van Graden's land. And after that is a short journey to the inner island, where whatever horrors Merlin has waiting for you are prepared. That there is... Not all of you will return from your expedition to the inner sea. And you don't know what terrors await you. And even though all of you are experienced warriors, or experienced adventurers at least, it still eats at you after the stories Cassandra's told of the first assault on the castle. How Merlin played with some of the best warriors of all of Ace's history. Let them run around his castle. Tricked them, trapped them, broke them, froze them, turned them insane, turned them to stone. Erased their memory and erased their lives. It isn't fear that pervades the boat, but tension. Knowing that even with all your skills and all your experience, you're going up against one of the most deadly and devastating creatures. And that at this point there is no turning back.
Cassandra, Rome, may I speak to you?
Certainly.
Of course.
So, with true transparency, I believe I must inform both of you. Merlin talked to me after the meeting in the war council room, the war room. I went to Richter's study to try to recover any knowledge he may have not passed to me, but had wished to. However, I found it covered in ash as though something had been burnt, and the guards dead at the door, but still posted as if they were there to dissuade people from entering. Once I entered, the door closed, locked, and Merlin spoke to me. He didn't try to trick me, and he told me once we get to the aisle to follow the red door. I don't know if he's a truthful being or if his suggestion was nefarious, but I just think that you both should be aware of this, having dealt with Merlin previously.
He's trying to split us up, to break us. I wouldn't be surprised if many other members of our group have been made such offers.
Agreed.
So, sorry, go ahead.
As far as I am aware, he has never truly lied. To believe him is idiotic, at face value at least, but I don't know. It's difficult, but I do not remember a circumstance of him straight lying.
That is beyond the point. Either
Yes.
way, this is a trick, or a trap, or a means. It is a play. He's placed a piece upon the chessboard. threatening or implying something. I believe we should avoid these red doors at all costs. Not because they are evil, but because they are meant to entice.
Yes.
Thank you for alerting
I
us,
agree.
Mr. McGuire.
He promised behind these doors was the true purpose behind my existence, which is to find and learn of strange things, including alternative magic, which, as I'm sure we all know, can be quite powerful and potentially used against Merlin. But he also promised that knowledge changes people. Do you think that it would be worth the risk?
I do not
Certainly
speak for
not.
everyone here, but this is Merlin's home, his fortress. He has resided in here for the last 4 years. He knows every door and every pathway there is to know. I will not trust anything he says about the layout of this keep. Everything will be known to him.
Does Rome know the layout?
You knew the layout when you were there.
Well, yeah,
It would be easy for
No.
someone with the Penrose blade to change the architecture of something.
that's a fair point.
So, but you can go off your intuition. You're not
That
sure how much
sounds
he's
like a
changed.
good. That sounds like a good way to get smacked.
As you are all talking in the main room of the sub, everyone listening in, you hear the sound of sand on the outside as and the submarine pauses. The marine pilot comes in and everyone, we've arrived at Grey Keep's land.
All right.
Jorgensen speaks. I hope that I was wrong, and I hope my friend still lives. But as much
Me
as
as
I
well.
hope, I believe he has fallen. We shall soon see.
Yes.
Come, let us go. And she
Alright.
strides out the front of the top. Is everyone heading out into the, is everyone going up?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah,
All of you?
probably.
There is stuff in the session, but a lot of, as I said, this season finale will change depending on your actions. So please act. And that doesn't start when you get to Merlin. There's stuff. I mean, you've already, there's already some opportunities that are gone. You haven't lost the game, but I mean, just like stuff matters right now. So don't feel
Yeah.
like you're just in transit somewhere. Feel free to act or ask questions or talk or even just like meditate on something. So tell me what your character's doing. Otherwise, they're not doing
Okay.
anything.
I'm actually going to stay on the sub then.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
I will follow to go to Greer Keep.
Rome will. I mean, as long as no one's like directly trying to stop him, Rome will be the first to leave the submarine.
Okay.
Is there a private place on the sub that Mankar is not at? Like,
Yep.
is it a large sub?
Yeah.
I am everywhere.
And no.
And nowhere at all the same time.
You could. Everyone has. There's little bunk rooms where you could go and have some private room. Would you like? I'm assuming you want to head there.
Yeah.
Gotcha. For those leaving the sub, Cassandra, Jorgensen, Elxeramus, and Ralm, all of you stride out to look at the land. It is disturbing and beautiful in the same stroke. The whole land is burnt and ravaged and damaged. Drawn in the dirt, sand, stone, in a perfect circle, there's like a deep line cut into the earth around Grey Keep. You can see the keep itself standing ahead. The houses are damaged and burnt, and there are many corpses in the streets. But you can see, flying triumphantly, beautifully, from the Tower of Grey Keep, still the flag, which now carries new meaning. Now you know the flag is not only of Grey Keep, but of the Twilight Guard as well. The moon with a blade crossed over it. Someone still holds that keep, and a field of energy holds around it. The field is cracked and corrupted. Spots of black mass holding to it, eating through it slowly. But even through these 4 years of one long continuous siege, Grey Keep stands, and it stands before you. I cannot believe this. He may yet live.
I certainly hope so.
It is a possibility, but we've been fooled many times.
Cassandra, return to the sub. Us three will investigate. You must save your strength for the castle. As much as I dislike your advice, it is sound. I shall return to the sub. Elxa, Rom, Jorgensen, find Greykeep at whatever cost. And she kind of, with her cane, hobbles back down to the sub. It is you three in the ruined land of Greykeep.
My guess, if he is anywhere that he can choose to be, he will be in his room near the top.
Lead the way, Rom. You are his oldest friend.
I don't think that's quite right anymore, and I'll clap my hand on Jorgensen's shoulder.
Perhaps.
But I'm certainly up there, and Rom will make his way to Greykeep's keep.
I'm keeping an eye out as we go,
Okay.
making sure nobody's getting the drop on us.
There are corpses piled to the left and right, many of conscript nature, or there's crumpled stone soldiers, demonic beings dead, but also the knights of Greykeep, their breastplates shattered or crushed. There were not many that held Greykeep, but they sold their lives dearly. It looks like they broke through the outer shield in the last few weeks. And only recently did they engage with the troops inside the actual village of Greykeep. But the actual castle, the tower itself, stands. And you all arrive outside the shield of white energy. And a voice calls out, "Who goes there?"
I am Ralm, first of the Emperor's golems, and my mind is still my own. I am here to speak to my old friend. This is Jorgensen, last of the Twilight Guard. Unless perhaps your master still lives. And
Who is
this
your
is
third-
Reynas. Elxa of the Sudari.
"Noble companions, how can we be certain you are not tricks? Already thrice before, Cassandra herself has walked down these beaches to meet us, and each time it was a charlatan's lie." Because no illusion can do what I can do now. Jorgensen shifts and changes skins, stretching and morphing into thick, beautiful blue scales. The ancient astral serpent in his full form before you shouts out to the beings above, his voice booming and echoing, "See me now, and know me. I am Jorgensen of the Twilight Guard, an astral serpent. Rom is who he is, as is the esteemed Elxa. Does Greykeep still live?" There is a moment of quiet, and the shield parts. An old man in gray, armored, battered, and tattered, a gray cloak hanging from his back, his beautiful longsword in his hands. "I know your face. Oh, Rom, Jorgensen, it's so good to see you."
Greykeep.
He goes over and just claps you in this big hug. Also embraces Jorgensen. Tries to wrap his arm around the snout of the big snake. Jorgensen seems very pleased. Greykeep turns to Ramus. I have not met you before, but any allies from the west are friends of mine. And he embraces you as well. Sudari, probably not used to that one. But
Yep. You know what? Gives that awkward pat to a stranger who's never met.
Humor the old man.
This is me humoring him. We see
I
Dorian
know.
known for.
I forgot you, Westerners. How did you manage it? All of the forces besieging my castle, mounted up and left, traveling northwest. What did you do? What's going on? Elxa, Rom, am I
They're
mute?
heading to Halfnoy.
One moment. I'm charging my.
Speak to
Mir-
me. I've been
Cassandra-
disconnected from the world for many months, many years. I have not heard much
Cassandra-
outside the tidings of my own town.
Cassandra struck a blow. And we have unleashed upon something that even the demon fears. And in response, he is unleashing to snuff out Cassandra's last resistance. The Crow's Nest, which was our sanctuary for quite some time, has been, well, it's nothing more than a smoldering crater. Richter lies dead, and Halfnoy is to be the final resting place of the resistance if we do not act now. I assume he brought any troops to bear against you, relocated there as a final insult.
We, at the moment, are going to the keep for one last stand against him. One last strike.
I would be honored to stand with you.
We would be honored to have you.
My knights are not many. The soldiers of Greykeep have spent their blood, but we are not dry yet. I have some men. I'm assuming we leave immediately.
Well, there is one unfortunate thing we have to cover first.
Please.
As you have asked of us, we ask of you. I know nothing about you, but your two oldest friends here need to assure that it is you.
Naturally. Jorgensen. I know how we met. Then say it. How did we meet? Beneath the green tree on a green hill on a distant moon. Long, long ago. Under silver mist and silver stars. It must be him. He speaks the truth. This is Lord Greykeep, Dragon Slayer. He rides with us. I will get my knights. I can bring 20 to your troop, but that is all we have. The full strength of Greykeep, all we have left.
And strength, it will be an honor for us to have.
He gathers his knights, and they walk out. They're battered and bloodied, but they're ready to fight. These are all expert soldiers in their plate mail with long swords, ready to fight. And as he goes, Greykeep looks back at his land. I am forsaken all protection by leaving this place. You've been good to me, Greykeep. He holds his hand and the white shield dissolves. Now Greykeep is just a ruin.
I clap a hand on his shoulder and go, if you are alive, or I am sure, if Jorgensen is here in the end, there's always the chance to rebuild.
I wish to live to see that day. But I suppose we'll find out. Back on the sub, Is there anything either of you would like to do, Menkar or Jordan?
Yes. So, realizing that I have 2 volumes of H. Marshall, I'm going to try to pour through and try to see any connections that might allude to what the work is.
Okay. Give me an intelligence check.
I would also like to use my aspect in experienced investigator.
I will give you an advantage.
Sweet. Okay, 16.
You
are
just can't make
so
the connection.
lucky
This is
for that an advantage.
Yeah, I know.
You're right before a battle. You're not ready to do any scholar work.
Okay. Is Cassandra still there on the sub with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Cassandra,
Yes, Menkar.
I know your existence has mostly been contained to this continent, but what do you know of the wilds?
I have only read about them and read the reports from my allies who've traveled there. It is a strange place, shifting geography, ruled by a very powerful magical being, the All-Mage. It is a dangerous and incredible place. One half nurturing, one half terrifying. Why do you ask? Do you wish to book your vacation there?
Well, if I survive, perhaps I should require another challenge after this. Would you like to accompany me?
I believe if I survive, I will be very busy. However, we will see.
Yes, of course. The invitation's always open. But for the time being, I've been illuminated by these texts by H. Marshall, and I cannot decipher what they mean. Of course, that I presume is what he intended by writing such chaotic works. But I have another journal, the Journal of a Wild Traveler. I was given in my youth. Coated in blood, it spoke of something called the Endless Life. It contains the Book of the Dead. I don't know anything about what that means. Richter had his interest sparked at that, but never alluded to anything of merit. Do you know anything that I should be aware of?
None that applies to the current situation. I'm afraid, considering we are 2 hours away from the island, my mind is filled with other thoughts. You truly
I
are
completely understand.
You truly are Richter's protege, thinking of books and libraries even before a fight to the death.
Yes, I suppose he would be proud.
I think he would be. And if you don't mind, leave me to my thoughts for a moment. I need to compose myself.
Of course.
Amaya, what would you like to do while you're in the submarine?
There is one last thing I need to ask the Shadow privately.
Okay. What is it, apprentice?
When we first met, you cured me of some affliction, or I think you cured me. I'm not quite sure. But you also said that it was still inside of me. Is it still inside of me?
There is an old being inside of you, the echo of something ancient.
What is that?
You've picked a poor time. A creature once used to hunt great mages. It is a long old tale.
Could you tell it to me?
I can speak of it. Do you mind if we do this in the main chat so that people...
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember, that was COVID-18.
A long time ago, an ancient people became very strong with old magic. So strong that even the mages themselves could not defeat the other mages. They had achieved long and everlasting life. So great were they that they were gods, the universes but marbles in their palm. These magical warlords were too strong, and so those who hated them sought a way to destroy them. They forged a creature not of this place. And it killed all of them. And that empire was brought to dust. That is the story of that creature, Amaya Lushane. It has been called many names. But you know of someone who was fascinated by this creature. Lord Richter himself named himself after it. The Richter. The mage hunter, the old being. Despite seeking such dark knowledge, the Richter was a good man. I will miss him. Miss him dearly.
You knew him?
I traveled with him for a while. None of you knew him in his youth, but he was quite different. Seeking old, dark, quiet things. But the time is over.
Can I finish the conversation in the Pendragon zone?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, sure. You sneaky. Okay.
God damn it, Jordan.
Yeah.
I nod solemnly to the shadow. Well, do you think it's wise to see your old friend again? If it comes down to it.
I do not know if you would survive turning into such a creature.
You and I both know this has not been about survival.
It's not just about surviving. I do not even know if it would work. It is a skill to be cultivated. If you attempted such a thing, it could kill you in the act without any reward. The Richter only did it... Well, Lord Richter only did it once, as far as I'm aware. By merely threatening to use that power, he scared Merlin, allowing him to save Cassandra. And this is why he was fascinated by you when he first met you.
So it wasn't my good looks.
Unfortunately not.
Oh, why, unfortunately?
Does that answer your questions, student?
Yes.
Very well.
Very OP.
And then I think the last thing I want to do is talk to Cassandra. Interrupt her from her thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, you knock on her door. Like, every single person on the ship has talked to Cassandra in private. They're just like a line at her door. As like someone knocks on the door.
What do you want?
The white flames creeping up her arms. Next. No. Yeah, she's sitting quietly in her room. Yes. Amaya.
May I come in, Cassandra?
Of course. I believe we're setting off soon. In fact, as you're getting in, Greykeep and his soldiers are getting on.
From what I understand, Cassandra, you have to keep your pyromancy in check, correct? Or it would consume you.
I will save my strength, yes.
Could you lead me in the meditation you do to keep your pyromancy in check and to control it?
Certainly. As an old friend once told me, imagine a box. And inside the box is a dragon. Let the light in your body flow through that box. Keep it, store it, feed the dragon your energy. Feel it flow through you, with your breath, with your blood, through the very marrow of your bones. And when the time is right, open the box and release the dragon. Breathe with me.
And I'm imagining the dragon, that thing.
Arlok, yeah.
Yeah.
You sit in silence for the journey. Everyone is quiet and grim as the submarine turns towards the Emperor's Isle. And it is moments before the submarine arrives where Cassandra gets up. Thank you for meditating with me. It added a peace that I've not felt recently. She's... Oh, sorry. Please.
Yeah. I just stand up with her and give her... I guess I give her a hug, actually.
She stays composed and kind of and lightly hugs you back.
And then slip 100 marks into her hand.
Have I won a bet or something?
No, I'm just, I suppose, repaying an old debt Val did for my sister. Next meal's on me, let's just say.
I don't eat, but I do appreciate the sentiment. I'm all skin and bones, and she points down to her battered suit of armor.
I forgot she was made of metal.
I think that's in character. She finally, you're before the group. Everyone's there. You've landed on the beaches of the Emperor's Island.
I had one thing that I wanted to do before we got there.
Sure.
If we had any chance, if I can, I don't know of any way I could get Greykeep this information, but I know Merlin's name in the old tongue. If I can't learn how to say it, I at least want to pass on what that information is to him.
He knows it as well.
Okay, just making sure.
Again, remember, my naming system is different, so that's
yes,
really like knowing someone's first name.
It's not you have control of them, but you might be able to bind them with it along with other words.
It's the equivalent of you're a police officer with handcuffs and you know where their hands are. It's that equivalent.
You can target someone. Yeah. Anyway, just making sure. Brawl will not get the chance to use his elder.
You might.
It's still -10. Let's be honest.
But that's not what elder speech is about, as you might find out.
That's true.
Before you guys go, Jorgensen speaks to everyone. While Cassandra's still in her room. Not all of us will survive this attempt. Remember, we do not need to defeat every enemy Merlin puts before us. We merely need to pass the enemies to get further in, to get to where we believe his physical form to be. Some of us will have to stay behind and hold. Is everyone prepared for this?
Yes. I am.
Sacrifices must be made.
While we are all here, and everyone that we trust is here, and Rome will open his hand and have the ring. Is there anyone other than me that should be holding on to this? Or perhaps use it.
Brother Bates speaks up. My money's on yourself, Greykeep, Jorgensen, or Cassandra. For now, perhaps you should hold on to it. You seem to have quite a thick skin, he says with a wink.
I will take that. Anyone else? Any suggestions? If not, I will keep it for now and use it in however I can if the need arises.
I think it is in very good hands, Rome.
All right. I will hold on to it then.
the submarine halts, and you hear the hatch popping open at the top. Cassandra stands onward, and she rushes out the top as fast as she can of the submarine. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finale of season 9. What you do outside of this will heavily, well, you are about to decide the fate of Asa. And
if we
from
fail,
yeah, you can 100% fail. Please.
And if we fail, next season is Cosmic War.
So, and again, reminder, you guys need to be proactive. You can do things, you can roll. We are now in an active situation, not just exposition and description. So please do things. You are all on the beach. Oh, wait, sorry. No, you're still in the submarine. Only Cassandra's left.
Yeah, she booked it out. I assume I follow at least onto the beach with Cassandra.
Is everyone
Check for
rushing that?
traps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna check for traps. That's to be sure.
Give me
Everyone
a,
gets up, and then we blow up.
Are we doing the generic trap trackers?
That's probably good. I think Shadow and Amaya are going to be probably the best insight. I can tell you that. So.
How did those legendary heroes die? Well, there was this tripwire and an arrow.
Great start. 13.
Shadow
14.
got a 9, but that's still probably pretty good with him. There are no traps.
Well, I guess there are no traps.
That we see.
Yeah, not that you're aware of. You are all on a big, large beach, gently spotted with palm trees, and at the center of this island, you can see the castle, the keep, this huge, jagged piece of architecture, unnatural and hideous. The walls made from some odd or alien material that you have never seen before. There are no guards, and the drawbridge is down.
Oh, it is undoubtedly a trap.
Okay, Cameron just said he needs to take a break. We're gonna come back. You guys need to jump up the engagement. Otherwise, you're just gonna get fucking slaughtered in another finale. You need to prepare.
Yeah.
You guys are running this thing. Cameron, go take a break. I'm gonna get some food. When I come back,
Wait, Nathan, I have one question to ask.
yeah,
Is Arthur's dead body there, and is there a ship in a bottle?
no,
No, Arthur is still alive.
Damn it, that's right. It's his flailing corpse of a mind flayed.
you guys are gonna have a rough time if you come to this finale with this like gentle, quiet mind. Like, you guys need to prepare for war and fire and death. So when I come back, be ready for that.
I need to get some water.
I need to get some food. sound of silence. So, idea time. I think we need more DACA.
What?
Look at the hammer time. And you know what DACA is.
Okay, maybe after we're done with this.
No. We need DACA now. Although we don't have any gunslingers.
Shadow and I could probably really quickly run up just to see what the defenses are. I mean, it's probably all open, but we can at least see if there's traps or any hidden things.
Now, I think we gotta start discussing who's gonna fight who to stall who, and who needs to get to the body. I think Rom needs to get to the true body of Merlin. He's got the ring, and he's our best part of getting past the defense barrier. With that ring, specifically. I think Jorgensen can handle the Beholder if the Beholder shows up. He can stall him enough. There's the Plague... oh shit, there's Raiden. You know, Rom, you'd be really good at fighting her, but you need to get to the body.
Cassandra is also immune, by the way.
Oh yes, Cassandra can.
Yeah.
You know.
But Cassandra's on her last legs.
I know, but again, Cassandra, even at one token, versus Raiden. I mean,
yeah.
Let's be honest here.
And Raiden doesn't have it.
All right. My only other worry is the steel golem showing up. Anyway.
Oh, what about I mean, there's a cavern, right? There's the bridge and then the endless cavern. We just need to push the steel golem off that.
That actually would be a phenomenal way to get rid of the steel golem, actually.
We can start just yeeting people off this chasm.
Well, I think that's specifically meant for the steel golem, because I think if Raiden shows up, Cassandra's got to deal with her, because Cassandra can't fall asleep. Raiden's got no defense against Pyromancy that we know of.
All right. Rome draws his blade. Is everyone ready to go?
Well, we should probably keep discussing strategy until Nathan gets back.
Oh, yeah.
Like anything, because we still have the Plague. We have the Drogo of War and the Drogo of Plague, I believe.
We don't actually know if we have the Drogo anymore, because
I mean, it's probably best.
May have blew him up.
I mean, it'd probably be we should probably play on the safe side and assume he's still there. I think.
In which case, and Elisa can distract.
I think that's true. The main thing is we don't know anything about the Drogo Plague, but if it shows up, I think Greykeep probably could be the one to stall him. Now, there's a possibility that the enslaved Ketra and the enslaved Arthur might show up. In which case, I don't know how to fight a dragon. Actually, that's what Greykeep would have to do.
If we can break Ketra's binds and she's not insane, we might still have it. We might get her on our side.
We could just break her bonds as an agent of chaos then. But I think Greykeep could actually probably stall her enough. He might die doing it, but he's the only one who has experience of fighting dragons in both places at once.
Yeah. But I don't know if we have the materials to do so.
Well, that's a big if. But if anybody would be Greykeep. If Arthur shows up, I mean, I'll stall him with a sword fight, because my character knows how to sword fight, and that's good just for stalling him. I think we have to consider the fact that a lot of us might die. So we're going to have to be the ones to take the bullets sometimes.
This is a blitz to get Rome to his body.
Yeah, this is honestly our main goal here, despite our characters, and as our characters ourselves. We're doing this knowing that we could die, and that we're willing to die. So the main goal is just doing all of that to get Rome to the body and put a fist through that guy's head.
I could distract Merlin for a little bit. I do have a trump card, we can say.
If you have a trump card, now is the time to use this.
No, cannot use it yet.
If Merlin shows up, yeah.
I
Because
almost want you to use your disintegration field on his body.
Oh, that would be fun.
You could try that against the barrier. If the barriers that Merlin puts up.
I feel like the Astral Blade would be more effective against the barrier, though, and cut through, a different plane.
Yeah.
That is true. Although he
I have
draws
a feeling-
strength. Actually, it's not the astral plane; it's the cosmic plane for him. So it might be able to do something. For the love of God, nobody teleport.
It's also
Oh yeah, you are banned from teleporting, Remus.
I gave my armor up. I gave it to basically the commander back in Halfnoy
Nice.
because of this exact situation.
Yeah.
But also
By the
to
way,
give it
we
to
totally forgot. We have Roderick and Athena with us still.
we still
I-
got this.
am unsure what to do with those two. To be completely honest.
Sacrificial palms
Actually, you
against
know,
Merlin?
if Arthur shows up, they'd probably be good at distracting him. But
I'm going to
just
point
'cause-
out, Arthur is like a dog at this point.
yeah, so like,
But
The whole
he
point
is
is that he might
still
just
the
be a
steel
central-
alchemist.
nope. His connection got cut off by just as easily.
Locke, on his own, reconnected himself. I'm
Yeah.
confident Merlin can reconnect someone.
On the bright side, Locke is not here.
Yes. On the
So-
bright side, Locke, we don't have to deal with him. Because if
And we
we
know
did,
that enough pyromancy can get through the barrier.
Cosmic Fire can. Yes.
No, because Locke got through it.
Locke turned himself into Cosmic Fire.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to tell Cassandra that, and she's gonna have that at the back of her mind.
No,
My sword
I
is
mean,
blessed
Cassandra
with
knows that.
Cassandra's fire.
Huh?
My sword is blessed with Cassandra's fire.
Ooh, that
Mm,
could
it's
be.
one of
I'm not
those
sure that would
things
cut through
where
it.
It's more about quantity than quality.
When I say Cassandra does it, I mean Cassandra gives herself up to do that.
Oh, that type of fire.
Yeah.
The way I described Locke's death was, I light my soul on fire.
So Cassandra's already halfway there. So she's got that, or that's her an option to get through the barrier. Because right now the biggest obstacle is getting past all his subjects and getting past the barrier. Barrier actually being the more important one of the two. And we have a few things that may be able to do that. The ring, that could be what it unlocks. I also have the strategy of maybe we just put the ring on Merlin. Like that literally destroys him. I think we have to put the ring on his body, on his true body.
That may be it in the end, but I think there's going to have to be something with us, one of us wearing the ring. And let's be honest. At this point, after that conversation, it's going to be wrong.
Yeah, it is. And Rom, again, your main goal and Cassandra's main goal, because pyromancy, when such a powerful one such as Cassandra Locke gives himself, can get through that barrier. You two have to make a blitz
Yeah.
through the room.
Well, I mean, I assumed for Locke that he's like that most of that fire spent itself on the barrier, not on Merlin's form. Like if that barrier had not been there and Locke hit it, and Locke hit his body, he might have killed him.
We also can't split up. That's the other thing. Because he can create multiple images of himself and attack us individually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we might have to split up a little bit with some people having to other creatures.
But we should definitely still travel in groups at least.
And we have some other allies we forgot about, which we have to bring up now.
Percy and Brother Bates are the two main ones, and Flame Runner.
Captain V. Oop.
Oh shit! We actually have a pretty good party here.
I think the Shadow's going to stick with me so we can do some wombo combos.
I would agree with that.
I'm off at wombo combos.
Nathan, are you here? Guess not.
20 Grey Knights. Lord Grey keep himself. Grey keeps also good stalling Merlin method to do it during the first one.
Oh yeah. In terms for
The gunslingers can run support for anybody who needs it.
Yeah.
They're also going to be designed to fight certain enemies more so than others. Like we're not having them anywhere near the Beholder.
for dealing with the minor enemies when we have to, that's going to be up to the Grey Keep for the Grey Knights and the Gunslingers.
Yeah. There might not be any minor enemies, so they might have to be the, for lack of a better word,
Sacrificial
shit.
pawns.
meat shields when his illusions come up.
Yeah.
Athena is a good stalling method if anybody gets in a duel. Any person's bit for like a duel. Roderick's just a wired
I think
card.
Athena or Percy would be good people to stall.
Yeah.
What's his face? Your old character,
Arthur.
Arthur.
Yeah. Let's see. Brother Bates. Brother
Bates would also be fair at it, but between arrows and that guy's steel alchemy, like I don't think Brother Bates.
No, I'm trying to fit him in somewhere. You know who would actually be pretty good at fighting the. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. I don't think sight really matters. So Percy Van Ascalon.
Oh, it certainly doesn't.
So let's see.
Brother Bates. Honestly, I'd put him against Ketra.
Again,
he was
Ketra,
actually this would be the second time of him fighting her, so he knows a bit of what she can do.
When did he fight Ketra the first time?
When we were in the dungeon, remember
that we never fought Ketra in the dungeon.
Yes. We conversed with Ketra.
I mean, yeah, we were in a presence, and I think that's Grey Keep's. If we run into Ketra, that is Grey Keep's job.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, he's the only one who's ever had experience fighting a dragon by himself in 2 rounds. And we don't even know if he has the thing that can take him into the cosmic dimension.
Yeah.
If we run into Ketra, and if somebody we might have to just get away.
Well, remember, Ketra, it was stripped of most of her powers.
Okay, thanks for your cooperation, guys. I'm back.
Totally
No problem.
cool. Nathan's not even back yet.
Which is giving us time to strategize. I think we just have to give literally anything in your arsenal to get Rom to the body.
Rom and Cassandra.
Cassandra.
And if Raiden shows up, which I'm not sure she will, but she might, either, depending on who's in the better position, Rom will pass off the ring to Cassandra, or he'll keep the ring, and whoever doesn't have the ring will go after Raiden.
And once Raiden, because I honestly think not a one-on-one fight, because obviously Merlin's not going to be playing fair, stack the cards against us in each fight. Yeah. We're not there to win each engagement. We're not even there to. We're there to get by each engagement as fast as possible. We're there to distract them. We're there to delay them so they can't catch up to everybody else as everybody else runs past.
There's also a chance that there could be cavalry coming at some point, because we don't know how many people made it out of the nest.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but I doubt they're coming to the island because they have to get.
We shouldn't rely. But there is a chance.
No. They're not going to get. I don't think they get past in it. We did.
The only person I could see coming to cavalry is Val.
That would be amazing.
She turned into a fucking fish.
Yeah.
She turns into Merlin. Like you said.
Here's his own theme music.
Well.
It's like a jazz rendition.
So.
I mean, honestly, they're almost the same character, except Val is nice.
Well.
That's an interesting point. I hadn't thought of it like
that. I hate to say this, but they share a lot of similar characteristics in terms of being a trickster.
Oh my god, I love that idea. Okay.
Little did we know they were actually the same person.
Okay.
Oh, Nathan now is going to pull that off.
You are all you are on the island. There is this horrible weight. There is almost, you can feel the magical energy just kind of weighing down on you. But you do not see any enemies. None whatsoever. And the drawbridge to the castle is down, and the gates are open.
Rom and Grey Keep us any of the old speech here.
Let me look. And Gray keep kind of mumbles a few words, the silver syllables tracing in front of his lips.
Rom will just look around.
Mm.
You want me to give you a roll?
No. You're not on a point where you can command the speech yet, unfortunately.
No, I mean, no. This was just... No, not even using the speech, just looking
Oh,
around.
yeah, give me an insight check. There is great magic here, but not as many people as you would think. No more than 20 life forms on this entire island besides us.
Well,
That gives me
these are
some...
to be the most dangerous
Certainly.
20 life forms on this planet. We are not meant to beat each one. We are not meant to beat even one. We are meant to get Rom and Cassandra to Merlin's body and smash his head to pieces.
You're damn
If
right.
any of you have any trump cards, now is the time. If you give your life to stall the enemy for even a minute, that is a victory. We are defenders and blockers. And we are getting these two to his body.
Jorgensen speaks up. Well spoken, Elxa. Whatever we need to do, the Ring and Cassandra, those are our priorities.
Yes.
Sell your lives dearly, countrymen. But in the end of the day, this continent will not be in Merlin's hands. Not while the Twilight Guard can draw blades.
Not while any of us draw breath.
The gunsling... Oh, sorry.
I mean, two of us don't breathe, but that's besides the point.
Prepare yourselves. The Grey Knights draw their blades. The gunslingers pull out revolvers and load them. Jorgensen, he doesn't shift into snake form yet, but he prepares. The Shadow draws 2 silver long knives. Cassandra lets the fire in her eyes move to the tips of her fingers. Athena draws her blade with her left hand. Roderick's whips whiz out into his fists. Percy Van Ascalon's curved blade moves into his armored gloves, and Brother Bates knocks an arrow, while Flame Runner breathes deep, the blue flames trickling up his arms.
Rome will draw Star Test.
Remus ignite. And his hair goes to a pretty dark shade of black. And if any of you haven't paid attention, which I don't think I've ever mentioned it, but Remus's hair had an act to subtly change color, not drastically, but it was there.
I
This
appreciate
is probably the
your
most it's ever
reference.
done.
Amaya and Mankar, how are you preparing yourselves?
I adjust my glasses and clutch my fang.
I'll take a long, deep breath, steadying myself and calming myself, preparing like my second shadow and Shadow's instinct, and draw my blade.
Your group of 40 or so advances towards the drawbridge.
We are 39. I think that's right.
But it isn't dark magic that you hear in the distance, nor roars of challenge or whispered mockings. You hear pleading as you enter the main room. You see the image, clearly an illusion by the frayed edges, of Charlie, his hands clasped in front of him. He is weeping as Merlin, in the form of Kiliana Lushane, delivers blow after blow until Charlie stops making any sound at all. Kiliana's illusion smiles winningly at your group, and the illusion disappears.
During the first fight, my sister promised she would rip out Merlin's heart. I intend to fulfill that promise.
So was Charlie also an illusion?
Most certainly.
You get the sense that was being projected from someplace.
Okay.
I know where Charlie is I know where Charlie probably is on this continent, and I will not disclose that information.
Unfortunately, he's right here. All of those I captured alive from the mist are here. And as you walk through my hallways and get ready to fight me, the only music that will serenade you is the screams of the people you love. And by the time I face you with my sword drawn, you'll be begging for me to remove your head from your shoulders, just to stop the sounds. But I interrupt myself. Welcome to my cozy little domain. I clean it all up just for all of you. All my armies are killing all your friends in Havna right now. And you're going to walk right into my keep. Right into my protectors. They're not going to get all of you. They'll get enough of you. For when the remainder of you crawl up on the steps on your hands and knees to me, it won't be too much of a problem. But even as I tell you exactly what I'm planning on doing, you won't turn back. That's why it's so marvelous to play humans in this game. Because even when I tell you you could turn around now and walk away with no repercussions, I wouldn't hunt you down. You can live whatever life you want, but you won't do it. And as I pile up your corpses, deep down you'll know it was your fault. Greykeep roars out something in the old tongue, and the voice is cut off. You are not the only one with speech here. Be silent. We are hunting you. And when we find you, we will not be on our hands and knees. That I can guarantee. But Merlin does not respond.
Well spoken.
We go now. And whatever illusions, real or fake, he shows us, we go as soldiers. And we can ask for forgiveness in the next life.
You all continue up the steps. You're in a great grand hall inside the keep. It goes on for a long, long time. Rom, your memories of this place are vastly different. Clearly, Merlin has changed the design. And even Cassandra or Greykeep, those who have been here before, do not recall these steps.
It's all non-Euclidean now. It was all even before. Now,
You continue moving through the hallways. There's never anything but a door ahead and the way you came, so no option to turn. Your group, the 39 hunters, take a turn into a small room.
I recounted. There's 44, including the players.
44. The 44 hunters turn into a small room, a garden, where you see another familiar illusion. Ladrian sitting in a chair, Merlin behind him. And you can sense the energy as Merlin heals Ladrian's mind, allowing Ladrian to breathe again. Ladrian starts to take in his surroundings, to look around. He can think again, he can speak. He looks around. You see him mouth Ralm, only to turn around and see Merlin there with a shark-like grin. The visual illusion fades, but you can still hear the screams.
Is there anything else in this room?
Besides the fading illusion, it is just a small garden. Do you continue onwards, or do you turn back?
Do you really have to ask?
Your feet continue to move across the marble hallways, almost insultingly clean. The juxtaposition of the horrific visions with the beautiful interior of this castle is not lost on you. And you enter another small antechamber to see little Kiliana Lushane bound in chains. Merlin standing over her. Jordan, give me an insight check, please.
19.
There is something, however, slightly odd about this illusion. There is a little mouse moving across from the corner of the room to right behind Merlin. Little Kylie is not, despite being just a child and trapped by one of the most powerful demons ever, is sitting there making faces at Merlin and sticking her tongue out, even as Merlin picks through incredibly clean knives and pincers. However, Merlin is so occupied, he doesn't notice the little mouse scurrying behind him. And the mouse begins to change shape, growing, becoming broader, stronger, until something that looks very much like Ralm before he lost so much of his mass stands right behind Merlin. And Merlin's talking, making his normal threats. And of course, well, you've got to take care of the children, you know, their health is so He turns around, what the fuck? Ralm, we were keeping, and you can see Val in Ralm's form smiling. She picks Merlin up and throws him across the room, breaking the chains of the chair and taking Kylie out of the picture. Merlin shouts, and there's a bolt of dark energy flown through, but you can hear already both of them have turned into mice and are scurrying through the corridors. It seems not all is lost.
Taking advantage of Merlin's distraction, can I try to charge at him with the Astral Blade?
Sure. You pass right through. This, like all of these, is an illusion from another area in the palace. He's just broadcasting it to you, basically.
Well done, Val. I hope to see you for this.
When you see Val, you see Cassandra's pick up quite significantly. Her eyes widen, and she has a certain smile you've never seen on her face before. But she seems very happy to see Val.
Holy shit!
And you said Kylie was there as well?
Kylie was the girl in chains, not Kiliana. I misspoke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys, I just realized something.
Mm-hmm.
With the Willcaster, Val can change Cassandra back to her original.
It's a very, very good idea. I like when you guys come up with better ideas than I do.
You're like, she might actually still have some. Wow. So I was just thinking about that. Anyway.
You guys continue on into the room before you. It is a huge, massive open room. Perfectly, it's a square room, white marble and white pillars. Draped on the sides, the flaming gem, which is Merlin's symbol. However, as you all enter this room, the 44 hunters, you see two figures. Sorry, not two figures, just one figure stand before you. High Marshal Raiden of the Secret Police stands, the gas tank on her back, her mask down under her chin. Well, the traitors have arrived.
Seems a little hypocritical.
What can we say? We like to keep things interesting.
I'm afraid none of you are allowed past this room. My master has urgent business. and I'm supposed to keep you occupied. From the wings of the room, more of the secret police soldiers, blades, with swords, crossbows, Araxium. You see alchemists and pyromancers filter in. There's a good number of, not too many. It looks like there's only 15 of them, her making her the 16th.
So there's, aside from this, or other people. Grey Keep said
That's
there's
not
about
exactly.
20.
Make it about 20, but yeah, that's in
About
the
20.
correct.
So within the 20s,
Yeah.
there's between 4 and 13 more people.
Is there a door at the opposite end?
Yep.
All right. Time to keep her busy.
Oh, I almost forgot to mention my last friend. The door
Yes.
parts open,
Oh shit.
and the Lord of Death, the Beholder, floats on through.
Not the
Jorgensen.
little shit I was thinking about.
I'm
Alright,
afraid
Jorgensen.
none of you will be leaving alive. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in combat! The Dream Alchemists all put on their masks and start activating the gas. The Beholder looms over you. This room's about 200 foot by 200 foot, and it goes up like 300 foot into the air. And he booms out.
I will enjoy devouring you.
Jorgensen. This is your moment. This is your distraction. This is why we brought you.
Jorgensen grins. Time to avenge some of my friends. And he twists and turns into his full astral serpent's form, slithering through the air and smashing into the Beholder. It crashes into the wall. All of the Dream Alchemists toss Araxium orbs at all of you. Everyone makes dex checks.
Gunslingers, please
Oh
shoot them.
shit! Oh my god! Thank you so much. Captain Victor, they all pull out their revolvers. It is time to mention a little bit what the Gunslinger Initiative is. Van Groden found a new form of magic about redirecting bullets. Gunslingers can basically tilt and move bullets to hit. It's not an exact science, makes them much more accurate, but they can't hit anything. However, they're definitely good enough to hit the Araxium orbs. The Gunslingers pull their revolvers, and with an explosion of gunfire, the Araxium explodes in the air. Greykeep draws Quiverkill, his Echo Blade, and shouts, "For Cassandra!" And the Grey Knights charge across the expanse. Starting from the top down, Cameron, what are you up to?
Alright, well, I'm going to try to fry the brain of that lead Dream Alchemist.
Okay. Give me a knowing check. And everyone have your rolls prepped and your turns prepped. This is going to go fast, and I will 100% take turns. You did a good. You didn't do a bad job, Cameron. I'm just reminding people. What'd you get?
Okay. I'm having to type on my phone. My computer got a blue screen.
Oh, shit.
The blue screen of death?
Okay, while he's
Yes.
typing, Brink, what are you doing?
So I'm activating my gauntlets that let me move super fast, and I am entering the Kanata.
28.
And you said they came down in like a. Oh,
Cameron, you Mankar steps into the cosmic plane, and you can sense that Raiden's defenseless. However, there is another being here who is very strong on the cosmic plane. You can sense the Beholder's power, and as soon as you touch your Demon Fang and start drawing on the energy, the Beholder pulls you into the cosmic plane. Just pulls you in, and it is incredibly strong there. Make me a knowing check.
Another one?
Yep.
Okay.
You can copy and paste it this time, right? Or
Okay, I got another 28.
okay. There is a blast of pure magical energy from the Eye of the Beholder. If that hits you, it's probably an insta-kill. There's a chance it's not. But you hold up your Demon Fang, create this shield of energy around you, and the beam reflects off of it. Brink, what are you up to?
I'm going to the nearest guy spitting gas. I'm going to enter the Kanave dance, strike him down, and try to take his mask and put it on.
Okay, give me a dex check. And remember your +3 to all your Kanave skills.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Have those rolls ready when you're about to do your turns.
Yep. Fuck.
What'd you get?
I got a 12 total.
Okay, you engage. They're keeping you stopped. This guy easily gets past your defenses. You just weren't prepared. These guys are pretty good duelists. But as his blade is about to touch you, the magic on the Elxa battle comma flares, and the blade slides off some sort of invisible shield, and you are untouched. Jack, what are you up to?
Rome is going to bum rush Raiden and bring Star Test down the middle.
Gray Keeps moves at your side. He's gonna wombo combo. Both Echo Blades charge towards her. Give me your strength check, Gray Keep. Damn, Gray Keep. Oh.
24 for Rome.
Okay. Your blade. Wow, I think. Did you just fuck up Raiden? Oh my god.
We did.
Raiden blocks. Gray Keep parries a couple of Gray Keep strikes, but he disarms her. She backs away and dodges his next strike, but backs right into your blade. You just crunch right through her head. Star Test cutting through armor and everything. Blood runs out of her mouth as she looks at you in shock.
So how did you plan to stop us?
She opens her coat, and you can see orbs of Araxium in there, and she smashes her
Can I
fist against
grab
it.
her? Can I interrupt?
You can give me a deck. Yeah, you can give me a dex check.
I would like to grab her by the basically the collar of their shirt and throw her at the ball.
Okay, give me a dex check. This is your interrupt, by the way, so if you fail...
Yeah. 13.
You beat her. You see as she opens the coat, you just get the sense it's Araxian, pick her up and throw her. She smashes against the Beholder and there's an explosion. The Beholder does not look bothered at all. This is one of the most dangerous creatures, but it didn't kill you. Good job. Jordan, what are you up to? The shadow steps at your
I
side.
look to the shadow and I say, care for a dance, and I draw my blade and charge in, hopefully with the shadow behind me.
He draws the silver knives and moves in with you. While you two are fighting together, you have +5s on all your rolls, including, and this is instinct checks.
Holy shit.
Cool.
Damn.
Go to town.
So, should I roll?
Yep. Yeah. Give me insight checks. A check.
So that would be 29, 34.
Damn. You and the shadow, all of this time, all of this training is paid off. The breath is in rhythm. The fighting is in rhythm. You now get a piece of what he meant. That battle isn't about winning or losing. It's about the dance. And as blade slides between leather and steel through flesh and bone and blood, you two just start cutting through these guys. Just cutting them down. There's no hatred in it. There's poetry in the movement, poetry between each sword stroke, music and each strike. It's beautiful as you two just cut through, cut down these secret police. The rest of them, Gray Keeps line smashes against, and the Gray Knights pretty much dispatch them. Any who try to retreat, you see gunslingers are setting up. Most of the gunslingers have revolvers. There's several with rifles, but a lot of them are setting up. Actually, Jack, would you keep a track of this for me? 3 of them have revolvers. 4 of them have revolvers. 2 of them have like long-range rifles, and then there are 3 that have set up some sort of crazy cannon on like a tripod. The people on the tripod fire a shot, and there's just this crack and boom, and the guy running away is literally pink mist on the floor. Not even bones left.
You said there was 2 on rifles or 3 on rifles?
2 on rifles, and then there's 4 on like melee, which is like shotguns and revolvers, and then there are 3 on the turret, I guess you could call it.
Okay, so 4 on.
And Victor looks like he's waiting. He's just kind of taking pot shots. But you guys have cleaned through the enemies. Brink, as the person's dagger like slides off your Elxa's. You get 2 attacks.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Give me your second attack.
Well, you know what? Since we don't need the gas mask anymore, I assume the gas isn't a problem.
Not with the amount they were releasing, you're fine. You killed the
Well, I'm putting it right under the nape of his throat and just lighting the blade.
Honestly, just give me a dex check, but just don't fail it, and you should be fine. I think you're faster than this guy.
Yeah. 21.
Yeah, you just put it underneath and draw the necroblade over it. The white hot metal lights the gas, and he just lets out this as the flames burn his face off. He stumbles around, head on fire, and collapses dead. The secret police and High Marshal Raiden are gone. You guys fucking slaughtered them.
That's why we have gunslingers, Nathan. It's
There is a huge, deep blast of energy as the beholder blasts through like a good chunk of Jorgensen. You can smell his cooked skin. Despite all of Jorgensen's force of his bite, he has not made a mark on the beholder, who seems completely untouched. The beholder's beam of magic is just cutting through.
Nathan, is the door open?
The door is open. Go on. I'll hold him as long as I can.
Away! And Rome will start going, leaving.
Oh yeah.
Up to you, Jorgensen.
I'm not the last Twilight Knight. And he just attacks again. I'm doing everything he can. However, Menkar, you can get out of the cosmic plane if you try. Unless you want to stay and fight it.
Yeah, the Lord of Death seems like something we should probably take care of. Me and Jorgensen.
Okay, so you're gonna stay and fight it?
Yep.
Okay. We'll get back to you then. The rest of you continue. You move along. You start
Honestly,
running
that's
along.
not a bad place for Menkar to be.
It might not be. Might be rough. Okay.
Yeah, I belong in the cosmic plane.
The rest of you continue moving until there is another sound to your right. A door to your right bursts open. And you see two Ralms like bounding out. Actually, sorry, it's Ralm just carrying little Kylie. And Ralm changes to Val. Val's kind of favorite form. Oh my God, you're all okay.
We are.
It's so good to see all of you. And Cassandra just ignores everyone, just runs up and hugs her.
Say something Val we don't know.
Kylie runs over to you, Amaya.
I just pick her up and give her a bone-crushing hug. And just kiss her all over her face and just check for injuries.
Oh, you're squeezing me.
She's okay. But Val's tugging on Ramus's arm. Ramus. I didn't see where your wife went, but I know where your son is.
Can you go back to him?
I can. I couldn't figure out how to get through some sort of magical thing. I need someone to come with me.
Val. And Remus is probably there's tears streaming down his face. And you know what? Maybe there's not so much difference between him and Allrock in the end. I can't go. And he keeps moving forward.
Somebody, please,
We'll come back for him if we can, Val. Right now, we're trying to kill the Merlin.
Wait, can I do insight? Is this Val and Kylie?
I mean,
yeah, that's what I was wondering.
I could play this whole game, but actually, I'll tell you DM note. It is Val and Kylie.
So okay.
You're good. We're not going to waste a bunch of time asking questions. You just get this sense deep in your heart and you know.
No.
Well, if we have
Nathan,
to kill Merlin...
I am going against my direct high.
No, I think that has to happen sometimes.
So, this is, it's tearing apart.
Well, if we have to kill Merlin to save your son, then I'm going to help. And she turns into Ralm.
New Ralm! She turns into new Ralm.
To fresh Ralm.
Also, yes. Ralm mentions that she can contain Cassandra and Cassandra.
I'm assuming you tell that idea.
Yeah.
I could try. And she looks at Cassandra.
Up to you,
it's
lady.
too hard to move through the soul mail. I can't do that.
Okay. Perhaps another time once we figure it out.
I look down at Kylie. I'm like, Kylie, do you remember our training? Do you remember the Siege of Havnor?
Uh-huh.
Can you fight?
I'll do. And she looks. You see some fury in her eyes. As long as I get to fight the person who put me in those chains.
And I turn to the shadow. Got an extra blade.
The knife's already flying into her hands. I've always got.
Stay by me in the shadow. We'll take them down together.
Forward.
You all continue charging through the halls. Cameron, we're gonna cut back to you. Jorgensen is Jorgensen goes to charge. I need to roll a critical check for Jorgensen, and that's not the right good type of critical. The Jorgensen maneuvers to charge, and as he opens his mouth, the beholder fires its beam down Jorgensen's throat. Jorgensen cries out and crumples to the ground. The beholder goes over him and opens its massive mouth wide, pretty much ignoring you to devour one of the last astral snakes in existence.
Wait, is Jorgensen in the cosmic plane?
They're kind of in and out. I mean, they're beings of that power, kind of half in the physical, half in the cosmic. You're fully in the cosmic.
Okay.
You know what you have to do, right?
Fusion. Oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have not tasted an astral serpent in a long, long time.
I shall make a note of it.
Adjust
Take out my
spectacles.
journal.
If you want to do something, it's going to kill him in about 5 seconds.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to try to channel my energy while ringing the black mithril bell. And I'm going to invoke my aspect of the Dragon Slayer to try to, and Mythivore Blood, to attempt to transform into a demon and distract the beholder, saving Jorgensen for the time being.
Give me a knowing check with double advantage.
Oh boy.
Yes.
And is this with the Mythivore stat or with my stat?
With your stat. You're still in human form.
Okay. Okay, that is going to be a 24.
You feel your energy shifting and changing, darkening and deepening, and suddenly all the words from H. Marshall click together in your head. All these ancient secrets. Just for a second, this moment of epiphany, as your skin stretches and moves. You feel the Mythivore blood beating through you in this quick, fast movements. And suddenly you are in your Mythivore form, bigger and stronger than you have ever felt. Add 2 to all of your stats, and double your health. You're gonna need.
Okay. Do you want me to just use the Mythivore stats you gave me last game?
No, use the Mythivore stats, add 2 to all of them, and double your health.
Oh my god.
You have taken on a greater Mythivore form. And
excellent.
Yeah. This is still an underdog fight, is the thing. The beholder turns, looks at you, a mouth still agape.
Speaking of dogs, Nathan, is Shuri in the cosmic plane?
Oh my god! Okay, I'm gonna play Shuri. I'm playing fucking Shuri.
Alright,
Shuri howls.
I'm gonna say, Shuri, sick as eye stalks.
Shuri howls and takes on her form from when she was in the arena, the huge, twisted minotaur, rippling with muscles, and a battle axe appears in her right hand. And you both leap at the beholder. What are you doing?
I'm gonna try to jam my Mythivore fang straight into its gaping maw, poisoning it from the core.
Okay, give me this is gonna be a strength check in the cosmic realm.
Okay, and then the Mithril Bell is still in effect, right? Because it's the same combat?
Yep.
Okay.
You, Shuri in Minotaur form just got a critical success, just got a natural 20, did not get the critical. However, she
okay, I got a 19.
Okay, and for the beholder, okay, so you try to sink your fang into the beholder, dodges out of the way, and blasts you with a full beam. Make a knowing check to resist.
With advantage, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's gonna be a 29.
Okay, you manage to shield yourself with your mythicore nature. Shuri, while it's blasting at you, Shuri takes a huge battle axe and jams it into it. It does not seem to make a mark, and the battle axe takes a dent. Beholders are tough fucking creatures. Back to the people running through the hallway.
Good puppy.
Back through the hallway. You guys are all moving across until there are two main doors before you.
What colors are they?
They slowly open. Red and blue. They slowly open as you stand before them. You're in the throne room. At the other end, Merlin stands there. He is in his regal red robes, a blazing crown upon his head, the Penrose blade at his side. So nice to meet all of you. You did very well. I should hire better police. Although I reckon my beholder friend will come aid me shortly. I know what you'll say, but I'll give you one last chance. Turn around. No takers?
How rude of us, Merlin. We've never extended that offer to you. So now is your chance. Turn around or die.
I like your moxie. Wow. We've had a lot of words. Let's dance. And he draws the Penrose blade and walks towards all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the hunters against Merlin, the demon emperor of the continent. This is the final fight of the season. You will win it or you will lose it. That is what you are dealing with. You are in the final combat. Let's go down the line. Ramus, you're first.
Is there a door?
There is a door to the left of him. There's the throne at the end of the chamber, but there's the door. If you're at the entrance of the throne room with the throne at the other end, the door's on the left side.
Cassandra and Rome, we will all cover you. You make a dash for it.
Merlin splits into all these different forms, one for each of you. You forget how this works. I can fight all of you at once.
Well, then I pity you. And I start trying to open up a way for Cassandra and Rom to get through. And Greykeep, if you have anything in the ancient tongue now, it's the fucking time.
Okay. Give me your dexterity check, Bring.
Now's the time for your natural 20s.
Yeah, everyone prepare your dice rolls. Yeah, if you wanted to store your natural 20s up for something, now would be the time.
Don't know if that Kanave cloak or if the Considori.
Now. Merlin actually just fights you one at a time. He's fast enough to fight all of you, so he's not too worried. Everyone moves to engage him. Flame Runner blasts a gout of blue flame, and with a snap of his fingers, with a snap of Merlin's fingers, Flame Runner doubles over, disconnected from the cosmic plane, vomiting up blood. Brother Bates looses an arrow at Merlin, who deflects it out of the air. Percy Van Ascalon, Athena draw blades and engage. Merlin just starts fighting, no problem. He is an incredible combatant. He's not having any trouble. Roderick's whips lash out the air, and Merlin just dodges, allowing the whip to loop around Percy Van Ascalon's net, the electricity traveling up to him as Van Ascalon claws at the rope.
Can I cut the rope?
It's made of a pretty tough wire, but you can give me, yeah. You have Necroblade, yeah. Simple.
That was a 17. Okay.
You cut it.
Oh.
The gunslingers just open up volleys of fire, shotguns and everything. They've got the turret, and just Merlin dances between all of it and deflects one of the turret bullets with the flat of the Penrose blade. The three gunslingers operating the turret are blown off their feet, blood spattering the columns. They are dead.
This is not what we're here to do. We're here to get two of you running towards the door.
Shadow nods at Amaya. Let's go.
And I just silently just go with them.
So
that is sorry.
Oh, wait, just real quick. So I think pretty much everyone's engaging him except for Cassandra, Shadow, the Grey Knights, Lord Greykeep, and the PCs, right?
And yeah, because Rom needs to get there.
Okay.
Rome will take 1 second to put a hand on Flame Runner's back and say, "Who is he to disconnect you from birthright? Reach. You can reconnect yourself if you try." And he will make his way towards the door.
You see Flame Runner, like, as you say that, his eyes widen and he starts breathing deeply. You all rush to the door and open it, running down the stairs. You hear the screams of the people holding off Merlin behind you. It is Shadow, the Grey Knights, Lord Greykeep, Cassandra, Kylie, Val, and the rest of you as you rush down the hallways. Now he starts to play with the architecture. A door looming open in front of you turns to a solid stone wall. As you approach it, all of the corridors turning into this huge stone cube, starting to close in, crushing you.
Greykeep, stop it. He's playing with us.
Oh, Greykeep rolled a critical one. I'm now rolling for a legendary check, which I will do in chat. Exclamation
Greykeep.
mark, roll.
Greykeep killed us all.
100. Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God.
Greykeep says his speech and chokes on it. The silver letters turning black and kind of ashen as he goes pale and clutches at his neck. That only worked last time. I've taken precautions this time. You see him, Greykeep clutch at his chest as something inside is burning at him, eating him up. His own blood is boiling in his veins.
Can I try something to steady his breathing?
He's being magically attacked. It's not really going to help him to steady his breathing. Because Cassandra puts his... the ring does not seem to react. It will deal with magical stimuli, but Merlin's not right here right now.
Ron puts it on.
Okay. The ring, as any magical ring will, grows to fit your finger, sliding smoothly over the stone. You feel no effect. Cassandra puts her hand on your shoulder. It is time to speak. Stop this, or we're all dead.
He takes a deep breath. Activating all the aspects that I have: Blessing of Penrose, Wisdom of Ages Past, Travel Legend, Gift for Languages, and Spoken to the All-Mage. And Ron will speak.
You get the sense if you do this, it will cost some of your life force. Do you accept?
Yes.
You sense the All-Mage from so far away, and sense her acceptance as you speak out, more of instinct than of thought, and the silver words trace them in the air. Of course, Merlin's spell activates to boil your blood. However, he did not consider you don't have any blood to boil. The walls crumble to dust around you as you have commanded them to, and you can rush through the hallways. You hear a muttered curse in a language that everyone has forgotten. But you continue to move.
How much damage do I take?
Take 15 tokens of damage.
Fuck, man!
Greykeep is lying on the ground. Ron.
Yes.
Do not wait for me. He takes off the pin that signifies the Twilight Guard and pins it to one of the straps of your sword, of your sheath or something, and takes his blade and throws it to you.
I will catch it.
I am not the last of the Twilight Guard.
And nor will you be. I will build. And Brawl will... I have...
You have Quiver Kill, Greykeep's Echo Blade, as you guys continue to rush down the hallways. Back with the Beholder. It is your... Cameron, what are you doing?
Is Jorgensen alive?
Jorgensen is alive, but he's pretty much he's about to die. He can't do anything. He's been mortally wounded, and he's not gonna be able to assist in combat anymore. It's just you versus this Beholder.
Well, despite that, if he's in the celestial plane, I'm gonna say, Jorgensen, give me what power you have left, or all hope is lost.
Remember me, McGuire.
Always.
His form fades as he gives his energy away. One of the last astral snakes in this reality fades into nothing. But you feel the cosmic surge of energy fill you and rush through your veins. You change from the mythicore form into the dark serpent and sense that as long as Mankar lives, this dark serpent form is his. Some hybrid between demon and astral snake. Now you stand before the beholder, twice its size, with the minotaur at your side.
Alright.
Face me if you dare, human. Face me if you dare.
You cannot begin to comprehend what you face. And, coiling backwards, I strike with lightning speed, being twice its size, trying to cleave the face off of the beholder, ending the Lord of Death in the celestial plane.
Give me your knowing check.
What stats does the dark serpent add?
Jesus. Just add 5 to all your stats again.
Alright, that's gonna be 33.
Fuck, man.
You open your mouth and you open the mouth of the dark serpent and you just channel this ancient magic. And 2 can play at this beholder's game as you unleash this beam of dark cosmic energy. And this time the beholder screeches out in pain as you start to burn away through its scales. This time it's not invulnerable. It screeches and rushes at you, huge mouth open. Make me a dex check. Ooh, natural 20 on the beholder.
You can do it. You've got advantage.
Alright.
It rolled very well. You get it.
No!
Not a natural 20, but quick math. 36 plus 5, 41.
Oh, you beat him by 1. He opens his mouth and you swing the back of your tail around, smacking him in the head. You hear a crunch and you have this moment of, I think I'm the first person in all of time to break a beholder's jaw. As blood flies into the cosmic plane. Come on, Shuri, bring it home. Not the best.
Shuri.
Shuri just like bounces off.
Wait,
She rolled too well.
Nathan, is Shuri rolling with advantage?
Oh, you're right. Oh, she did great. She rolled a 3 after that.
Okay.
She's just like hacking out the battle axe, like falling to pieces as she growls.
Shuri, bite! Your teeth are invulnerable.
I'll take another attack check for that. Bam! She bites through one of the eye stalks and starts carrying around like the beholder eye stalk like a stick, like running around. The beholder yelling out in anguish. Cutting back to the people running through the hallway. The 20 Grey Knights are along with you guys, and of course Cassandra, Kylie, Val, Shadow. You take a corner, and there is another room. Another version of Merlin draws his blade, and stone soldiers rise out of the ground. It's not going to be that easy. The 20 Grey Knights draw blades for Grey Keep and engage. They are not a match, but they will be able to hold them off for a little bit. The Grey
We have to
Knights.
keep going.
We
We
keep
all knew
running.
we'd come to this.
Okay. As you run, you start to see illusions. You can tell they're true, but visions of Havenor. You see huge stone giants plucking people up from the walls and crushing them. You can see the Sudari doing all these clever things, these massive mud pits that are trapping the Goliaths. And you see the Cloudbreaker, which has been rigged with all these huge machine guns, are like dodging between all the Goliaths and just peppering them with explosives, actually taking a few of them down. And the Van Gran is leading troops, artillery's blazing, all of Havnor is this huge explosion of gunfire and catapults and ballistae as Araxium goes off everywhere. Havnor is not going down quietly, and you get a sense of pride in the people you left behind. Cassandra, Kylie, Val, and Shadow, and the rest of you are running down stair steps. And you turn a corner, and once again, Merlin stands there, but there's no door for you to follow anymore, and he draws his blade. No farther. And he leaps towards Cassandra. You are in combat. Go.
Can I interrupt and block him?
Yep. Give me an insight check, and you get the +5 because you're fighting with Shadow, who also go.
Okay. 21.
Okay, you and Shadow attack. Merlin is quite the swordsman and dodges out of Shadow's way. He cleaves through Shadow's armor, blood spurting out from his wounds down his leg. Shadow doesn't even notice. Yeah. You also take a hit. He cleaves right through you. Take a bar of damage, ignoring Astral Snake Mail with the Penrose Blade. Any armor is ignored by Merlin. The Shadow brings silver daggers down, and Merlin catches them, freezes them in air, and touches Shadow's face. There is a horrible smell as you see his Shadow's eyeballs start to melt down his face. But Shadow doesn't even grimace, just sitting there, willing the blades to move, and slowly, even through Merlin's magic, they cut through the air, Merlin having to dodge out of the way. Shadow stands there, his side cut open, intestines literally spilling out of the wound, blinded with his daggers. Go. But unfortunately, there's no door out of this room. Merlin has trapped you in this little hallway, and you do not see any way forward. And Merlin can just pretty much attack you as much as he wants. He hamstrings Shadow, who crumples onto the floor. Fuck! Shadow throws 2 Araxian cubes. Right now, Shadow and Merlin are dueling.
Cassandra, it's time to make in your path.
She pulls out a vial of synesthesia. You got it, Alexa. Downs it and puts out a battered and broken hand. A explosion of white fire bursts through the castle, carving a tunnel. Merlin looks over and goes to attack, but you see Shadow using his intestines as a rope, trip Merlin with them as Merlin face plants onto the floor, and Shadow lunges on top of him.
Can I interrupt and activate my disintegration glove so he falls in the disintegration?
Yes. Give me a dex check.
Oh, that is an 11.
He falls through, but he's just an illusion like always. No harm done to him. And Shadow almost falls on top of the disintegration before he rolls out of the way. He's on one leg.
We're booking it towards the tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ball goes down the tunnel. Feeling bad that he's not the one taking the hits.
I'll catch up with you, student.
There will be times to feel bad later.
You see Shadow start to sew himself up as fast as he can, blindly, I might add. But you guys continue rushing down the hallway. You're moving through as Cassandra is blasting through with white fire, doing everything he can. An illusion of Merlin jumps out of the walls and tackles Cassandra to the floor, raising the Penrose blade over her.
I would like to interrupt, Nathan.
You're very far away. I guess you're in the cosmic plane.
Yes, that's precisely why.
Okay. Do you want to snipe him? Do you want to snipe him with the cosmic beam?
Yes.
I would like to lunge forward through the cosmic plane.
Okay, you have to make 2 knowing checks.
It's the cosmic sniper.
Is the anyway going to?
No, it'll give you advantages on both of those. Oh.
Okay.
I'm rolling great. Okay.
I'm gonna say, Shuri, kill. And I'm gonna slither forward as fast as possible towards Merlin's cosmic form.
Give me your knowing check. First one, anyways.
First one, 11. 33.
Okay, that actually beats you. The beholder you can sense as you, and you interrupted, which you failed, so there's gonna be a big penalty. What's your health at?
I don't think you've taken any damage, so 18.
Well, what's...
Well, 36 as the Elder Mythocore, or Mythivore.
Okay.
I don't know what the Dark Serpent had.
Just change that to 40, except you're going to take 30 tokens. As you start moving, it blasts you with its own cosmic beam, and your form is absolutely devastated. Your interrupt has failed. The blade is coming down onto Cassandra.
Rome is going to try to bat it aside with Quiver Kill.
Okay, make your interrupt strength check. Oh, I didn't do very well at all.
22.
23.
Oh, fuck!
He ducks under your blade and he jams up the Penrose blade into you and rips up. Take 15 tokens of damage.
Does that get Cassandra free?
Yeah, Cassandra wriggles out of him, bathing Merlin in white fire, which extinguishes the illusion. We need to go.
Ow!
Go.
Let's go.
You're continuing running down the hallway. Your strength significantly reduced.
Guys, I'm at 10 tokens.
You come out onto a platform. You are in the hanging dungeons, the place beneath the palace. Cages hang on chains, down lower and lower and lower. All the materials here are pretty much indestructible, so pyromancy, cosmic magic, even really the Penrose blade would deal, but nothing but that really can cut through these materials, so I would include that in any of your plans. You come down the stairs onto the central platform, all these different platforms going to different cages. There on the stairs is Merlin, who touches the stairs, and they disappear. You all begin to fall, tumbling into the abyss below, which I guarantee, if you take too long to fall, you will all die. Nothing will survive the abyss. What are you doing now?
Portal arrow.
Bam. You shoot yourself, take
God.
2 tokens, and you give me a strength check to throw.
Can I take someone with me, by chance?
Yeah, you can hold on to someone.
I'll hold on to Rom.
Okay. Throw your pebble. Give me a strength check.
19?
It flies through the air, and with a bolt of black energy, Merlin catches it and throws it downwards, teleporting you even farther down. You're very close to the bottom.
Rom takes a deep breath. I know I have asked this before, but I need it now. All ye old masters, be with me, and I will attempt to speak.
What is your health at?
10.
Give me an elder check. But if you'll do this either way. But if you fail the elder check, you will not survive this.
Yeah. -4?
I will let you push it. However, now, wait. If you push, normally it does worse for you. If you fail this push, you take someone with you into the depths. And I will decide who that is. Will you push it?
I'm willing to interrupt again if you don't want to push.
Interrupt. You can interrupt at any point.
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah, no, go ahead and interrupt, and then we'll see if I have to push.
I'm going to use my aspects, Guardian of the White Rose, and surprisingly good at dancing, to try to coil down into the abyss while shifting into the mortal plane that I know that astral snakes can phase into, and try to catch the 3 of them falling.
Okay, as you are going to try to make this interrupt check to beat the beholder, Shuri is going to attack it to make it harder, so it's going to have a disadvantage. As Shuri's like, it's gnawing on it. Okay, give me your knowing check. I have its roll.
Okay, I still have advantage, and so does Shuri.
This is an interrupt. If you fail, it's going to be rough.
Yes!
Oh,
yes!
Okay. I think... Oh my... I should have quick maths with this.
It's like 41 or something.
Yeah.
You've passed.
You're correct. It's 41.
Shuri Shuri spits into the thing's eye, and it closes, and she starts biting on one of its eye stalks again. It wriggles around, losing its focus, and you shift through the cosmic plane downwards, all of them landing across your back.
Is
no
Rom
one is
still
harmed.
dead?
Rom
Hey,
is fine. I
guys.
will assume you were interrupted
I was
halfway
about
through.
to.
It was an interrupt,
Okay.
so you can go at any point.
All right.
As you start to fly out, Merlin releases a huge, just all these spears of black energy flying down at you. As
Amaya, disintegration field.
yes, Amaya, give me a dex check. This is just basically don't fall off the serpent.
16.
Perfect.
Oh, sorry, 17.
You open it up before the dark spears of energy fly into it. Merlin, taking the Pendra's blade, cuts off one of the huge, like, chunks of, like an entire path of cells and chains and concrete as it falls down. Cameron, you need to make a dex check to dodge this.
Okay. What does surprisingly good at dancing give me?
I'll give you a +1.
All right.
This is how we beat him.
This is how we beat them.
I'm a
That
dancer,
+1's
guys.
gonna matter. Just watch.
I still think that's hilarious that I did that, and then I got a 1 on my charisma check. Let's see. I'm gonna just put all of the. You said dexterity?
Yeah, dex +1, and your dex in your dark serpent form.
Okay, let's see. That's 5 plus 18, 23.
Okay. I love we're at a point where you're rolling 5s and still getting like 23s on these rolls. I love that. You guys, wow. Fuck. Yeah, you just slither on out of the way, getting closer and closer to Merlin. He teleports on the back of you and pushes Cassandra off and attacks. He's going to, he slashes down at Ramus. Give me a dex check.
I'm doing Kanave, but also this guy's kidnapped my family, and that's my high aspect.
Yeah, I'll give you an advantage.
I live into this guy gets a sword through his neck.
You have an advantage for all
That's my
fighting against Merlin. Do you know how much your wife screamed?
Oh, you gotta give me something else for that, because this guy's definitely going.
You have an advantage. Fight him with what you have.
Oh, I am.
It's so hard.
I'm flaring out the Kanave cloak. Well,
Make your roll.
my blades are already touched you.
It's so hard sawing.
Oh,
You can't
no.
put
Fuck that up.
I thought that's
2d20 plus 9. It's so
got
hard
it.
sawing through chitin.
That's a nat-
Oh, roll crit check.
Come on.
Oh! I can't
It's a
believe that.
29.
You almost fucked
You
it.
son of a bitch.
I got a 29.
You can't imagine how much your wife's and you just put the you disarm him and put the necro blade through his chest. The illusion
Disarm him
fades.
from the Penrode's blade.
He's an illusion.
Okay.
Yeah. None of you have even found real Merlin. He can just summon infinite illusions to fight you. Another version appears behind Amaya Lucian and attacks. Make a dex check with disadvantage.
Can I use Shadow's Instinct to make it just a regular?
Nope.
Okay.
Your instinct check is
disadvantage.
The fact that you're not dead. Ooh.
12?
Yeah. He just sinks the blade right between your shoulder, like down through you. Take 5 tokens of damage.
That's it for me.
You're dead? That shouldn't be it for
I
you.
had 4.
Okay, take a bar of damage. That was miscalculated. I kept a bad track of your health. But he just like starts cutting through you, and little Kylie jams her blade into the back of his thigh, and he just yells out, and his illusion dissipates.
We
I
need
think
to find his physical. Wait, he knocked Cassandra off.
Yep, no one thought about that as she plummeting towards. But luckily, you hear the thundering voice of Flame Runner. I will not forget my blessing, as he, using pyromantic jets, catches Cassandra. The last thing I can do is what my apprentice did. He offered his energy from the cosmic plane for a greater purpose. So too I. Flame Runner's forms shifts and fades, his cosmic energy evaporating, but you see Cassandra changing. Steel plates reforming out of nowhere, this time made of some sort of cobalt blue material, perhaps made out of Pyromancer's flame, as she stops and propels herself with her own Pyromancer's jets and arcs up towards Merlin, blasting a pillar of white flame towards him. Merlin himself has to dodge out of the way so the white flame breezes on past. I will avenge my friends. And her alongside the serpent soar up. You guys are back on the walkways now.
We must find his physical form.
Give me insight give me knowing checks. Anyone who's looking for the body.
That's an 18.
Okay.
That is a 5 because my knowing's great.
17.
None of you, Cameron, you can also check.
Okay.
Yeah, Cameron, you're the one who's actually good at that.
All of you fail, which is why I
This
said
is
that.
mistake, correct? Oh, by the way, so did I transfer combats, or is this the same combat technically?
You're in the same combat. I'll let you keep that one since you interrupted.
Well.
It's kind of a cheaty little interrupt is always cheaty. You gotta make fun of the rules, but make your knowing check.
In that case, ding-a-ling, black bell, everybody has advantage.
Oh, that's Opal. Okay,
That's
I like
why
it.
I,
No.
that's why I asked.
You were
you
fair.
Can take it
I
back,
said
but...
no. Fuck. I said yes. That's on me. You have that. I'll just don't worry. He's strong enough. He'll handle it. Make your knowing
okay.
check though, Cameron.
Wait, do we all get advantage for that?
Cameron, make your knowing check.
Yeah, I'm typing it right now.
Okay. No, you get advantage on every action next, but you don't get advantage on past actions. That'd be crazy, Brink. So.
Okay.
That is a 29.
Okay. You can see, you can sense Merlin's physical form in one of the cages. It's the lowest cage. You have to walk down a very long, thin walkway to get to the cage, but his physical form is inside that cage.
We must get to that then.
Move now.
Time is of the essence. Let's go.
Let us fly.
Can I ready an action?
Don't worry, you'll get to do it soon. A version of Merlin appears for each one of you. I'm sorry, you're not allowed to go past this point. And he engages each one of you. Let's start from the bottom. Let's start from the top. Cameron, he's charging you with the Penrose Blade, your Dark Serpent form.
Okay. Well, I am going to try to use
How are you defending?
the aspect awareness of alternative magic, Mythicore Blood, and I don't know if this is relevant, but Dragon Slayer, to just focus a beam of dark energy and destroy his illusion.
Okay, give me a knowing +5 for the aspect and advantage from the Mistral Bell.
Okay.
Fuck me, Merlin, you absolute piece of shit. Not a good time to roll a natural 1.
Not
Not a critical.
Hold up. You said advantage from the bells and +5 from what?
Yes. Yeah, all of you should be prepping 2d20s because you're rolling with advantages for the rest of this combat, so you lucky sons of bitches.
Okay. I'm just trying to calculate these stats.
Okay.
Do I get?
You keep going, I'll go.
The high aspect.
Okay, that is a 38.
You blast a beam of cosmic energy and just evaporate his illusion. Brink. Yes,
Okay, so-
I guess you do get triple advantage. So you son of a bitch. So a double advantage because you're fighting for your family. He appears in front of you and draws his blade. Come on.
I
come
just
and
keep
get
on the
me,
Kanavi
Merlin.
ants. I activate the gloves, and I'm striking him from laying.
Oh my god, Merlin, if you roll another single-digit number, I'm gonna fucking come after you. Yeah,
We
what'd you
would
get?
like that.
So that's a 26.
26. Okay. Okay. He actually barely survives that. Deflects a couple shots and swings back at you. Give me another roll. Dex check. 38, Merlin.
Oh, sorry. I need to roll 3. Sorry, I forgot my advantage.
Roll again?
It doesn't actually. It doesn't
If you get
matter
two
because
more
my dex
ones.
is nowhere near that. Well, no. My dex is nowhere near that. Yeah, 20. Unless any of my aspects. Let's see.
You don't have time to like pour through your ass.
Well, I have the dragon stuff.
Yeah, but you need to
let's
have
see,
those on tap.
Training
He
Kanave and the-
slashes you with the sword. What are you at?
Full.
Okay, well, you take a bar of damage. It cleaves. Oh, fuck, you have the goddamn Elxus thing.
Yes,
his
I do.
blade comes and halts to a stop. we'll have to deal with that. He takes the Elx's thing and rips it off, it burning up in his hands.
While he does that, can I disintegrate the rest of the illusion?
Sure, give me
this
a dex
rook?
check. You guys are basically dueling. He's like dodges around. He tries to get a hit. He manages to cut through the battle comma.
Okay, that's going to be a 28.
25. You get past his guard and cut through him with a necroblade. His illusion disintegrates. Jack.
Quick question, Nathan.
Yeah?
My main aspect is duty.
I'll give you an advantage for it.
So triple?
Yep.
Or double, I guess?
Well, no, triple, because, yeah, double, you're right, sorry.
That is a 32.
Okay. Bam.
Oh, also,
40.
is Quiver Kill a +6 as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you attacking with both blades?
I'm attacking him with Star Test, but I was just making sure that Quiver Kill wasn't a better weapon.
Yeah, you swing Star Test at him. He actually deflects across the blade, like runs across the top of it, and slashes down at you with the Penrose blade. Take 5 tokens. Take 8 tokens, actually. Cutting through a chunk of your head. Come on, reach that golem. Jordan.
So I think as Merlin is walking towards me, I start saying something and I start doing something.
Okay, what are you doing?
Well, I'm going to reach into the little ball of darkness within inside me and basically use every aspect I can. Shadow's Instinct, Learning to Breathe, Second Shadow, Dragon Slayer, Siege of Havmor, Friend of Ben, just everything. And I start saying, Merlin, I have been many things. I have been a soldier. I have been a protector. I have been a criminal. I've been a mother and a sister. But the thing I am right now is Richter, Mage Slayer. And I just unleash the ball of darkness inside me and just let it overcome me. But in a steady way, like Cassandra and I practiced in terms of control.
Since you've only looked at this ability, you only literally this episode, you get a sense deep inside you that this force will accept you, but it will cost your life.
I'm willing to do that.
You accept the pact, and your form changes.
And I say, I love you, Kylie, just before I change.
Long teeth and longer limbs. Long, thin arms with claws at the end. You are not a human anymore. Amaya Lushane is dead. There is only the creature, the thing that stands before. And Merlin is afraid.
And I attack.
He can't even resist you. You cut through the illusion. It just disintegrates in front of you. One of the illusions tackles you off the bridge in the hope just to stall you for a little bit. The Richter's very powerful. Oh, I fucking forgot. Actually, you actually can survive that. Yeah, you sense the cosmic plane is your hunting ground, and even though he tackles you off, you just appear back on the ledge. And all of you, Cassandra in her full strength, the Richter, the Elxa, the battered golem, are all moving down, running down the causeway to the physical form. You can see it is a person. And Cassandra's eyes harden as you see Arthur there, beard overgrown, hair unkempt, lies on all fours, the physical form of Merlin trapped in one of the enemies who mocked him. If you break this, Merlin can no longer appear as an illusion and must fight in his own flesh.
I'll break it.
You
Rom,
rip
you have
through the
Star Test, right?
I do.
You rip
Okay.
through the bars and sink your teeth into this. There are powerful magical artifacts that can destroy physical forms of this. You guys probably have like 7 of them on hand. Star Test, Quiver Kill, the White Pyromancy, the Richter Teeth, the Necroblade. You guys are over-equipped.
I just start consuming the entire body, just tearing off flesh and eating it.
You consume Arthur, and you see Cassandra make a little sign of peace with her white pyromantic flame. Merlin cries out in anger. Well played. haven't been mortal for a long time. You're all very impressive. And he points the Penrose blade at Amaya Lushane in her new form, and you just feel yourself disintegrating, folding into a different plane, your awareness fading. But none of you will leave here alive. Already your friends are dead. People you traveled with here are dead and dying. Havnor's falling. It doesn't matter if I'm mortal. I'll kill you all anyways. You are in combat. Amaya Lushane, you have defeated the illusion form, but you've faded into the cosmic plane. Merlin, with anger and fury, draws the Penrose blade in all his strength and might and strikes. I need Cameron, Ralm, and Brink, all of you to make dexterity checks.
Ralm, are you using story test?
Yes.
Okay.
Nathan, do we still have advantage from the
are you
bells,
using
or is it the
equivocally?
new combat?
The power of the Penrose blade negates the advantage.
No,
Okay.
no.
You have no Mistral bells.
Ralm, are you using equivocally?
I have it on me, but I'm not using it.
Do you know what that plus is?
Plus 6.
Because Remus has dual wit sword in the past when he was fighting the dragon.
Take it.
I pass it to you.
2 Echo blades drawn against the Penrose blade.
Oh, and the
Nathan.
Necro Blade's there too.
As I do this, Nathan, I basically say to the ring, now is the time if this is your use.
Okay. Jack, give me your Brink, give me your Cameron, then Brink, then Jack. Cameron, go.
For dexterity check,
Yeah.
I have a 27.
Okay. He just blinks towards you, moving straight through the cosmic plane, and buries the Penrose blade in you, cutting deep into you. What health are you at?
I'm at 10.
Okay. You're down to 3 as he just cuts this huge swath in you, ignoring all armor. He teleports to you, Brink. What did you get?
31.
Okay. He dodges under your attacks and sinks the blade into your thigh. Take 2 tokens of damage, and and he teleports back to Jack, attacking with everything. He's here to
7.
He brings the blade down with everything he has, the Penrose blade striking. You raise your fist to block, and the Penrose blade connects with the White Rose ring. There is a great white flash of light. And quiet. You see the White Rose ring shattered in pieces as the Penrose blade is shattered in the hands of Merlin. Both of you fall back. Merlin looks shocked, looking at the broken pieces of this incredible weapon falling in his hands. You can all suddenly sense in Havnor as all these great giants stop to a halt. All of these demons slowing and freezing. Ralm, your life force is fading. And you are lying there, dying. Merlin stands there with the fragments.
All things end, Merlin. Even demons. And Ralm plants Star Test in the ground and takes a knee. I've given you all the chance I can.
You hear
And
the
Ralm
metal
dies.
fingers of a gauntlet wrap around Star Test as Cassandra wields the huge blade. I am here to avenge. I am here to set things to right. Down with war. And she's stalking across the long pathway away from the cage as Merlin scrabbles on hands and knees away from her. Down with the wars. Down with the violence and the death. She raises Star Test above her head. Your reign is over. The Echo Blade comes crashing down, cutting through demonic skin No illusion this time. Merlin writhes and screams in pain as white pyromantic flame consumes what is left of him. There is a moment of silence, and his ashes fade away into nothingness. Merlin, the second emperor, is dead.
Yes.
All across Asa, stone golems freeze in place, the magic keeping them bound gone. They melt and fade, turning to dust blown away by the wind. Demons, beholders, and imps are called back to the realms that they were conjured from, screaming and clawing as they go, but to no avail. The remainders, the garrison of Havnor, watches as these frozen Goliaths turn to dust and blow away. Cassandra collapses, the star test falling heavily to her side.
I just walk over, completely blank faced, and put a hand on her shoulder.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over. Mankar, your form changes and morphs until you're back in your human form, somehow unfamiliar. You hear people stepping down the stairs. It's a couple of the Grey Knights, blood-spattered and wounded. A few gunslingers. Captain Victor rolling in his wheelchair. Roderick carrying the body of Athena. Greykeep limping along, his veins burned, his skin ragged. Val moves over to Cassandra, holding her close. And as Greykeep says out in a hoarse voice, "All hail to the Empress of the continent and the heroes who gave their lives." One by one, the survivors kneel, saluting those who lived and those who died. Ladies and gentlemen, as this event happens, as people take their knee, you feel yourselves disconnecting from the characters you've inhabited, perhaps these past weeks, perhaps these past months. You see the world of Asa below you, and for a second you can see its future. You see Lady Cassandra rebuilding the continent, putting it back together piece by piece, reforging kingdoms, giving people their lives back. You see graves being dug, funerals being carried, and the people moving on, not forgetting those who gave their lives to give up this point, but remembering what they paid. It has been years since the first emperor died, plunging the continent into the 50 years of heritage wars, followed by the Great Rebellion and the Dread Dominion. But for the first time, there's peace. Sudar and the continent trade. Farming, poetry, music, magic, science. The world has time to breathe, to grow, to live. Cassandra will live a long, long time, keeping the world safe. The Elxa line of Ramus de Lance will keep the world in check, with the Sudari soldiers being a good ally for the new continent. McGuire will continue on his journeys, exploring the wilds, delving deep into ancient libraries, learning old things. Always an ally to Greykeep and Cassandra. And the memories of those lost are held deeply and close.
I actually have.
But this
remembered
world
something.
is not a part of us anymore. Asa will continue to live, grow, change, and alter, but it will do so separately from us. The last thing we have are the last words of Amaya Lushane and the last words of Rom the First. Jordan, please, if you have them.
I thought I disintegrated to the cosmic plane.
That's true. But last words are still allowed if you wish.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the last thing I would do is turn to Kylie, give her the Shadow Journal, Amaya's journal, and Kiliana's journal, and I say, choose your own path and live a good life. I love you, Kylie.
And Rom.
One quick thing, because I died from the Penrose Blade shattering, I actually recalled something. I was not made by the Penrose Blade.
No. You didn't die because it shattered. You died because he killed you with the Penrose Blade.
Okay, fair. I was just making sure.
Lady, do you have last words, or?
I do.
Okay, please.
Rome on his knees, looks at everyone around him. I am sorry I won't be here to watch you all again. But know that I am not far. And that I will greet you with joy when you come to find me again. And then you look up, and I know he cannot see the sky looking back. If he lives still, tell little Adrian that I am proud and that his father misses him. I'm ready to see you, old friend. And he stops moving.
With the whispers of Ralm and Amaya echoing through the cosmic plane, I would like to imagine that Mankar, with the spirit of Jorgensen, reflecting on such times, observes the sacrifices that they have made for the betterment of the world, and channeling the Fang one last time, not for a dark power, but observing the hope that's present, although stoic, and placing his other hand with his healing gauntlet on the mangled branch that was once a tree from Ralm's body, wishing for a bud to sprout.
As you channel your new knowledge, you see the Trestus tree show new life, reminding you that in the end, everything is reborn. You have all fought and bled and sweat, and some of you passed for this world. And your names will be remembered long after all of these people have fallen, will be remembered into the old stories and texts of Asa. But we leave that planet and its people behind. Ladies and gentlemen, Season 9, The Dread Dominion.
Well done, sir.
Very well done, Nathan.
Wow.
Yes.
Although, what did happen to Remus's family? I didn't want to interrupt what you had there at the end, but
So we can do a little bit of epilogue. And unfortunately, there is like a little bit of character stuff you guys can do, but as the season is over, the broad arcs of what will happen are already continuing on. The long and short of it is most of the people passed during their attack. However, Sharkov lives, and Val knows where he is, and she goes to rescue him. Rasha did not survive.
okay.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that happens in the epilogue, but do you guys want to go through that, or?
Yeah, if we're at the end of the
wanna know
season,
what
I don't
happened.
see why not.
Okay.
I want to know what happened to Charlie and what will happen to Kylie.
The people killed in the illusions were truly killed. Those were not fakes. Those were projections. So Ladrian has passed, as has Rasha and Charlie.
Although one of them, Russia, never got an illusion.
She was going to, however, you guys were progressing very quickly, and he decided to tell you in person.
Oh yeah, he did. Sorry.
Many people passed away, but there is a moment I wasn't sure if I would just leave this in the story just for me or tell it to you, but as you are all returning to the throne room, there is a person who some of you have heard of before, an ancient elder man, an old spirit from a long way away. You met him once in his veil. Penrose, the old spirit who forged the blade originally for the first emperor. And as Cassandra takes the throne, Penrose draws a new sword. Not the Penrose blade, not some powerful alchemical weapon. Indeed, this sword seems to have no magical capability. But it is for the new empress, and as he presents it, he leaves. She begins the rebuilding of all these cities. She allows all these city-states to be free cities once again, choosing their own government and choosing the way they wish to be led. Cassandra acts as a rebuilding force and a continuance. Kylie, she goes under the tutelage of Shadow, becoming a formidable warrior and adventurer, a fearsome person, none to say with a good heart, and she gets along famously with Shadow, who survives and heals from his wounds notably. Roderick is grief-stricken at the loss of Athena. Both Brother Bates and Percy Van Ascalon were slain in the combat as well. Van Groden survived, although albeit barely, and he comes to be the advisor of the new empress. You take over. Ramus de Lance takes over the Elxa, accepts their full commendation, and grief-stricken rebuilds Sudar. Eventually, when he passes away, his son, who, after the ordeals of the castle, it becomes quite the formidable person, is elected Elxa next, Sharkov de Lance, and proves to be one of the most extraordinary Elxas in the history of Sudar on this planet. Lord Greykeep continues to be in his land as Cassandra, although the blade does not give her any magical properties, it does give her long life, and she rules fairly for a long time. There is a wedding between Cassandra and Val, and
Yes.
Val gives Cassandra a lot of distractions by causing trouble around the palace, which is mostly destroyed and turned into a more beautiful place. Bridges are built across the inner sea so that people can actually come to this place, and it is turned into more of a garden than a ruling place. there. Who else was there to continue the? Oh, Mankar, you and your Minotaur dog Shuri continue your travels.
He lived.
The person we're really interested in here,
Is
Shuri.
Shuri for sure.
You guys continue your journeys and find. I mean, there's sort of infinite adventures that you guys could go on with the powers that you have, and I won't limit them to anything. Just saying, I think you go explore the endless library in the wilds quite thoroughly. Let's say.
Yeah.
Still pop in occasionally to see old lady Cassandra and Grey Keep and stuff, but mostly you're out in the world adventuring around.
I do actually have a question.
Yeah.
About Val. She was once given a prophecy that she would one day forge her own. Does she succeed?
Forge her own what?
Forge her own form or flesh. She would one day forge her own body instead of taking another.
I think we've seen that. She's taken the form of a young girl like multiple times. A young woman.
She's taking care. I always assumed that was the young girl that we once caught Cassandra with in a brothel.
No. So I don't think this came across. It's just there wasn't this. So remember, Cassandra. The reason she became this formidable pyromancer because she wasn't born with pyromancy. She's the only person you've heard of who wasn't. She fell in love with someone as a young woman, and she was like this like girly girl, not interested in anything, very like frivolous, not a very like formidable person. Fell in love with another young woman, and basically who wasn't royal blood, which her family was not very happy about. And this was during the Heritage Wars, and there was an assassination attempt. Her physical form had a huge acid scar on the left side of her face that killed her partner. And she realized that her father had been like kind of chill with it and not alerted any of the guards when they got information because he wanted to let her non-royal blood interest die. And she basically lost it. Developed pyromancy, killed all of these people, and decided she was going to basically wipe out all of these royal families and set things aright.
Yeah.
One of her motivations, which you guys heard at the end of last season, was that she still had the body of her lover, and when she became the Empress, she was going to resurrect her. And she actually had the body in the nest, and something that you guys didn't think about, which she didn't mention because she wouldn't have, when the nest was destroyed, the body of her fallen lover was also destroyed. And she had there's no chance to bring her back. However, she was still interested in Val, and Val took that form and actually started to fall in love with Cassandra, and Cassandra the reverse. So that is the story of that. That's why she looks like that. So that is forging her own form. She almost came a rebirthed version of her former love. So
also, how does everyone like Cassandra's Empress title? That I posted in the chat?
I think she's
deserving.
I think it's awesome, but she'd kill us for using it.
People call her Empress, and it drives her fucking crazy. She's much more interested in just being called Cassandra. Val can call her Cassie, but if anyone else fucking called her Cassie, she'd fucking cook them.
I'd like to think when Mankar visits, he calls her Cassie just to spite her. And then makes a note of her reaction.
The palace probably has to like keep putting out. There's no palace. I forgot. She lives in like a hut in the woods. But
also, you don't put out pyromancer fire.
Yeah,
you certainly don't put out Cassandra's pyromancer fire.
That's a good point. She's got a rain.
Oh my! I best be going now.
Val's like super cheery about it, like bye, and Cassandra's just steaming,
fuming. Literally.
And then I say, my little secret agent still.
Yes.
Oh my god. I think that's a really beautiful ending. I mean, I think you and your son forging this new Sudar and this new alliance. I think I like how all of your stories go, and I'm really pleased. Thank you, all of you, so much. This is a pretty incredible 2 seasons. Not a lot of groups can do stuff like this, and I'm really grateful to have all of you. So thank you very much. I'm so happy you guys won. I would have been devastated legit, if we had to leave Asa in like this awful post-apocalyptic state and all of you were dead, like I'm just so thank you so much for winning.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
I saw the DMs.
Yeah.
You were.
I was very nervous.
There was a large chance that we could have lost. So you did all.
I'm really happy you guys won. Thank you so much.
Thank you for running this for us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We're grateful to have you, Nathan.
Oh,
My
thank you so
continued
much.
streak is still on. I have not left a single character alive for Nathan to use.
Hey, same.